saying goes that April showers bring May flowers. Well, these players hoping to be showered in gold and may get themselves a golden ticket trip all the way to Clash Royale League World Finals. Hello and welcome to Three Crowns, your bi-weekly home for anything Clash Royale related in the esports scene and beyond. I'm Rich Slayton, joining me my friend Andrew Guy, and of course part of our team, two-time regional champion for Clash Royale League, Joshua A.C. Sharon, and world champion coach for Team Liquid, Eric EB7 Benamou. Andrew, we have had a whole lot of fun here in episode 1, episode 2 today. Lots of ground to cover.
An action-packed episode coming your way today, guys, and also an action-packed week for Joshua A.C. Sharon. He won't be joining us as he has a broken nose, so sending well wishes his way. Hopefully a very fast recovery so he can join us on the next episode of Three Crowns. But today, a lot to get through. As you heard, golden tickets a-flying, whether it's in the Queso Cup Golden Edition or the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. All the information on that coming your way just a little bit later. I'm going to be sitting down with an interview, something I haven't done in a long time since our World Finals. I love interviews, and I'm very excited to talk to Tribe's Wallace, who had an exceptional performance this last week at the Queso Cup Golden Edition. And of course, if you guys haven't been watching the Queso Cup Golden Edition, you probably want to know what's been going on. So, Rich, why don't you break it down for us, man?
The Queso Cup has been around for a while, but Andrew, this is the first time we have a Golden Edition, and of course, the first time that we had an in-game global tournament as a qualifier for a CRL event. Thousands of players attempted to get into it, including some of your favorite pros and streamers, but only 128 made it through Phase 1 on to Phase number 2. 2 days of closed brackets where you could earn points to move on to that final. Here we go, the final of day number 1. It's Mohamed Light up against the drill player Assaf, using a different kind of drill, one attached to the Mighty Miner, showing off the skills of that brand newly buffed champion. But in the end, as we often say, it was all about Mohamed Light. Brilliant play with the NATO and Golden Knight. He wins that first pass on to the championship weekend. Day number 2. This was a great moment between Demas and Ian, two talented young players. Ian, out of the US of A, putting pressure on the right-hand side with the Royal Giant, but look at the counter push. Mega Knight, Archer Queen, Mini P.E.K.K.A, Miner, but a brilliant bar barrel takes care of the Archer Queen, pulls the Mini P.E.K.K.A back, but look at that zap. It looks like Mini P.E.K.K.A going for some free pancakes, but the Fireball steps on in, stops that from happening, and this bar barrel Easter Spirit play to save everything. Look at the look on my face, look on Juicy's face. Great play by Ian. But every day has a champion, and this day's champion was none other than Tribe Gaming's Wallace. This fisherman looked like it might lose track of the Electro Giant because of that tombstone, but instead turned its focus, pulled the E-Giant away from tanking for that graveyard, saved a lot of HP. Second graveyard comes in. Plus, on top of that, a poison. Mother Witch and Fisherman do enough to defend, and the arrows steal the win back at the last second, and there you have Wallace taking the champion of day 2. Both of them moving on as our top 2 qualifiers, and there you see Wallace finishing things off against Ardentoas. Of course, Mo and Wallace, the number 1 and number 2 seeds, but there are more players, 16 in fact, as part of that playoff event this weekend for the golden ticket. Mohamed Light, Wallace, Ardentoas, Faust, Assaf, so many great players, and of course you see in the 15th spot, defending world champion of Clash Royale League, Moogie, in that number 15 place. So a lot of talent here, new talent, old talent, battling it out for that $50,000 and a trip to Clash Royale League World Finals. One player, though, who stood out, of course, was Wallace, winning day number 2. For more from him, let's go to an interview with Wallace and Andrew Guy.
Thank you so much, Rich. Yeah, I'm so excited to sit down with Wallace today. He had a photo finish there in the semifinals, and then, of course, a great run there in the finals on our final day of competition in the Queso Cup Golden Edition. Wallace, first of all, hello. Thank you so much for taking your time out of the day. How are you feeling after this great performance last weekend?
Hey, Andrew. I'm really happy because it was a really tough format to pass. It's not really easy to get to the finals and win. So I was really happy after the result.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about getting to the finals there, a really, really close game or close set with Faust. Talk me through that 53 HP game. The graveyard comes down at the end. You drop the Mother Witch, you drop the Royal Ghost, just trying to do anything you can. What was going through your mind throughout that entire 5 minutes?
That game was really crazy because he was using a really strange deck. He was using a E-Giant with Graveyard. So I didn't expect the graveyard in the last moments of the match, so it was really tough. And at the last moment, I used my Mother Witch for the graveyard and put the arrows to get the match. It was a really tough matchup.
Yeah, it was a great matchup. You saw Juicy J and Rich losing their minds. I want to ask you, so you talk about Faust's deck being a little odd, but your deck was a little off meta as well. Why was the Mother Witch there? And it definitely paid off.
So in the third game, I tried to counter some decks that he used. I put the Mother Witch, the Royal Marauder, Mega Knight, try to counter some decks that like Hoggies or some Spam decks I like to use. So the Mother Witch was really useful. And used the graveyard, so it was really good pick.
Yeah, I mean, that ended up being a really great gift from the Clash Royale gods. Now, I want to talk just a little bit more about you and your career. You know, over the last 3 years since 2019, it feels like you have just grown every single year, whether it's Royale Masters, Queso Cup Golden Edition, the All-Stars, or being 14th in the world last year in the 2021 World Finals. What has changed with you, Wallace? Have you just grown up? What's changed in your game style, or what's changed with you that has made you be so successful?
Well, all started when I was playing CRL, the teams format with Pain. In that time, I was training really hard, like I think 8 hours per day. Wow. It was really hard training, so from there, I just keep focusing on my gameplay. I won the All-Stars too, and then I came second in the Brenchong this year, in January. Right now I'm a champion of the Queso Cup. So it was really focusing and really training a lot, and I hope to win next week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for you. I know Eric is rooting for you as well. That confidence that's been building with, you know, all these great wins and accomplishments coming under your belt. Talk to me about some of your competitors. You have Mohamed Light still out there. You have our former world champion in Mugi, but then you have guys like Assaf, Ian, Faust, Ardentoas, who you ran into in your semifinals and finals run. Who's your biggest competition out there?
So I think everyone that qualified for this stage is really good. I think there's not one person didn't deserve it. So I think I'm gonna go versus Moogie in the first match. But I'm really confident to win. He's the world champion, but I think I'm gonna win him. And the opponent to fear is Mohamed Light. Mohamed Light's the first one. Mohamed Light and Mugi. And another opponent, I think he's really strong as Faust too.
Yeah.
That's really.
All right, so the last question I have for you, Wallace, before we let you go today, we talked a lot about your success over the last 36 months, the last 3 years of competitive play. What advice would you give to all the new up-and-coming players that are hopefully going to become Clash Royale legends?
I think they're really talented players right now, and I think the best thing to do is believe in yourself, because it's really hard playing versus a lot of top players like Mohamed Light, Moogie, Morden, a lot of players. And you have to be really mentally well, because if you're not, it's not gonna be a really good match. And yeah, train a lot too.
Yeah, I mean, those 8 hours a day, definitely putting in their work. So, Tribes, Wallace sitting down with us today here on 3 Crowns. Thank you so much, my friend. Best of luck on your way to that $20,000 prize and that golden ticket. We're rooting for you here, or at least I know most of us are rooting for you. So, thank you again for taking time out, man, and we'll talk to you later on.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone here. And I hope to win next week. And yeah, see you.
See you later, man. Talking about Wallace trying to win next weekend, or this weekend, trying to get that golden ticket. For more information on more golden tickets that you can't get here at the Queso Cup, Rich, tell us how you can get one maybe through, I don't know, ESL Snapdragon Pro Series.
Well, Andrew, that ESL Snapdragon Pro Series is currently underway. Both the EU MENA Golden Ticket Edition and the North American $20,000 Edition. We are in the midst of it, and we have already had 2 qualifiers to the finals for the ESL EU MENA portion of this one. You see Mohamed Light, no surprises there, and Mario taking up 2 of those 6 overall special qualifying spots. If you win a qualifier, you're guaranteed to the finals, but of course you see those other 10 white spots. Well, over those 6 qualifiers, you can accumulate points to move on, and some players have already begun to do so. Currently, OP Sam is the points leader. Very likely he goes through to qualify. Capgun Mohamed Light's countryman. Right behind him, you see Morton from SK Gaming, OP Sam's former 2v2 teammate. And all the way down currently, tied for 8th place, you see Team Queso's Ruben, the 2020 CRL World Champion. He is currently not in those top 10 spots, but there is plenty more. 4 more, in fact, open qualifiers for you to get one of those spots in the finalists for those 16 places in the EU and MENA region. A golden ticket and $60,000 on the line. Make sure you sign up April 29th, May 1st, 6th, and 8th. All of those are open qualifiers. And of course, if you're not in Europe, Middle East, or North Africa, North America currently has a $20,000 event through ESL with 2 more open qualifiers on May 3rd and May 4th. And of course, North America, you'll get a golden ticket qualifier eventually too. Don't you worry, more on that later. To sign up for these events and all esports events in Clash Royale's CRL 2022 season, check out esports.clashroyale.com so you can get on the action yourself. And speaking of that action, we have a lot coming our way this weekend. It's the finals of the Queso Cup Golden Edition, the top 16 vying for that $50K and a golden ticket. So let's bring back on my co-host here, Andrew Guy, and world champion coach Eric Benamou to talk about this a bit. Eric, this is, of course, a stacked lineup, as it always is. Mohamed Light, the first qualifier, as he is for pretty much everything, it seems. Is this just Mo's event to lose, or is someone else there going to threaten him for that chance?
Yeah, first of all, I'm happy to be back with you guys. I missed you. And I think for this, Mo also, apart from the fact that his skill is on another level, he has a huge advantage. You were speaking about it earlier. He already qualified by winning in ESL to that golden ticket part, right? So he knows that he has a backup chance in case this one doesn't work out. That alleviates a lot of the pressure. Obviously, you want to qualify as early as possible, but having that in your back pocket just lets you play more relaxed. Everyone else is running on full pressure. They're not qualified to anything else yet. And I mean, his experience is on another level.
You know, Andrew, we have a lot of experienced players here. Of course, you just spoke with one of them in our number 2 seed, Wallace, of course, defending world champion Moogie in there, the top player, or at least tie for top player in America, Ian 77. Who do you think is the biggest threat to Mohamed Light going into this weekend?
You know, after talking to Wallace, he really feels like the guy that I'm looking at. I love the way he's been playing. I love the deck variation that he's been showing us. And I also really love the confidence that we've seen grow with this young man over the last 3 years of watching him very closely in the competitive scene. But the thing for me is look at all these great young names that are out there. Tytoń, Ardentoas, Ian, Assaf. These guys are all looking to make a name for themselves in the professional scene. We all know who they are. We've seen them on ladder. We've seen them in tournaments. But now, a golden ticket at the Queso Cup, what a great way to start to build that legacy.
Certainly a great way to build that legacy indeed. We've seen names built at big CRL events over and over again. Of course, one of those names that stands out to me from last year, Eric, is Ta, who won a golden ticket event, and at the time was maybe a little, let's say, maligned. Maybe people didn't believe in the level that he had, but he made it to CRL World Finals in the end, made it to the last chance qualifier, and then, of course, he's here again in the qualifying spot. Ta, overrated, underrated? What are his chances like this weekend?
I think definitely underrated. I still think he's fighting for, you know, that real respect out of everyone, just because it's been so up and down. But the fact that he's back here again shows a lot, and it shows how resilient he is to keep on going. Like Andrew said earlier, the rookies from last year are proving themselves over and over again. And to be honest, when I looked at the list of players, yes, I love Mo in this, and I love Wallace in this, especially Wallace, since I picked him every single time last year. And like at one point, I'm gonna hit, you know, he's gonna win. But Ardentoas, Faust, Ian really proved that last year was no fluke at all. And Ta back again. I mean, these guys are just killing it in their second year.
They absolutely are, and it seems that, you know, talking about the second year for these guys, we've seen sort of a big meta shift. They played in the pre-champions era, now we're in the champions era. We have a 4th champion. The Mighty Miner now has been rebalanced and now looks especially dangerous. Andrew, in this last couple of qualifiers, we've seen a lot of creativity. Some people staying pretty central meta, but with new balance changes, with the Mighty Miner in the mix, it's kind of gotten pretty wild. Is there anything that you're hoping to see deck-wise? Maybe not out of the top guys who might go more central meta, but out of some of these guys with maybe nothing to lose?
Well, you know, one of the interesting things I saw from the qualifying stages of the Queso Cup was there was a lot of really weird decks out there that actually played pretty well. So I think the idea of, you know, the fact that Royal Giant is really strong in the meta right now, Graveyard's coming back even stronger in the meta, Mortar is everywhere. These types of things you have to expect. You have to expect your opponent to run one of these or two of these centralized decks out of their three, but can you keep them guessing? That's what it's all about. That's why we've always been, you know, saluting Julesy and what Mohamed Light and him have done. It's always about innovating decks, bringing new stuff to the competition, and what a better place to do it than when you got all this money on the line and a golden ticket up for grabs. I know what's really popular in the meta. I want to see what can counter that and make your opponent's analysts go, what just happened?
Well, of course, there's only one way to find out about that, and that's, of course, tuning in this weekend for the Queso Cup Golden Edition Finals. Eric, I know that you're excited for it. Andrew, you're excited for it. I'm excited for it as well. Eric, any final thoughts before we wrap up our conversation today?
I'm just going to go ahead and, finish off where last year did, and Wallace is going to win. He's going to, cruise on through 2-0 everybody. Wallace, you're my pick. The interview was great as well, and I love to see the confidence out of all of these players, but I will say, watch out for the NA side in this bracket. They don't have that golden ticket. So like I said earlier, well, they will have it, but they don't have it yet in the ESL. Like I said earlier, Mode doesn't have any pressure, so it allows them to play relaxed. This time around, I think it also plays in favor of, I really want this because I don't want to have to wait longer on the NA side of things.
Well, of course, we'll see them. Thanks a lot, Eric, for joining us for this conversation. You can follow him at EB7 on just about everything. Andrew, that's going to be it for our show today. It's been a while, one great interview with Wallace, and man, I am so pumped for this weekend and for all these golden ticket events.
Yeah, of course.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the Queso Cup Golden Edition Finals. $50,000 on the line, a golden ticket trip straight to CRL World Finals on the line, and of course, pride, joy, belief in yourself, your entire future. All of that happening this weekend. Joining me, as always, my good friends Joshua A.C. Sharon and Andrew Guy. Fellas, we had a great day yesterday, and Andrew, as you can see on the line today, though, while yesterday was fun, today there is a whole lot of money going out to a very few number of players.
It's a very different tournament here at the Queso Cup Golden Edition in the sense that $50,000 is being given away today, but only to 3 individuals. You see right there, $30,000, $15,000, and $5,000. And of course, as you were talking about, Rich, that golden ticket to World Finals where you could walk away with this, I don't know, who knows? Last year, Moogie won $200,000. Could be more, could be the same. Either way, we know it's going to blow you away. And today is going to be awesome. I still think, just like yesterday, it's about the old versus the new. A lot of our vets are still sticking around, AC.
Yeah, you have Mohamed Light, you have Moogie, but then you have Assaf and you have Ardentoas. These 4 players have played so well. Mohamed Light, he had that scare against D.I.M.A. Who knows? Assaf has, made some nice little comebacks. Moogie's gameplay overall has been by far the most impressive throughout the tournament. His set versus Wallace, everybody I talked to yesterday, I just kept bringing up that set. It was so well done. Ardentoas against Tiago, the 2-0. He's playing well.
Well, then you look down into the elimination bracket, and we do have 4 matches to kick things off today. 4 players will move on, but 4 will go home empty-handed. Tiago versus ArchAngel, a.k.a. Carlito. What was it again, Josh? Something.
Can you give me 25 seconds?
Yeah, you'll find it. Sandbox against Famouskid, Faust against Wallace, and then Ta facing off against Demas. So a lot of big-time matchups there. Krasilkov, yeah, which is so much more fun to say than ArchAngel. It's you know what, they should have renamed the Marvel character. Rename him Krasilkov and just let it go from there. Josh, you
rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, right. Krasilkov. Josh, you've played in a ton of formats. You've cast a ton of formats. This one began with an in-game global tournament, 5 losses, right? Then at top 128 of that went to 2 days of bracket play where the winners moved on, plus you gained points. Is this the hardest format to qualify for that you've seen or been involved in?
When it comes to difficulty for qualification, it comes down to frustration as like the number one thing that makes something difficult to compete in. So when you have the global tournament, which is already frustrating, and then you pair it with 128 moving to top 16, there's only 2 phases right there is going to be the most frustrating. It's going to be the most difficult. You don't have that, hey, I only won 60% of my games today. You have to keep the pace up. You have to be winning 70, 80, 90% of your games each time you go out there.
Well, we'll see if people can make that happen here in phase number 3. The finals will get more of Josh in just a little bit. For now, Andrew Guy, let's take it away here with our first match of the day. And I guess we're starting on a different side of the bracket here. Sandbox up against Famouskid.
Yeah, Sandbox and Famouskid had a nice run yesterday. You look at them both on the elimination side of the bracket. They were able to work through their respective opponents in Tytoń, and then, of course, Famouskid, 2-0ing Tytoń down in the elimination, and then Sandbox being sent down there in the second round yesterday, getting 2-0'd by Mugi, our defending world champion, who has just been on fire, as you heard AC say. And it looks like we're starting off in the skies here today, Rich.
Yeah, Lava Hound with the Mighty Miner. So more than one kind of drill out in the game now, and you see Lightning doesn't get the Lava Hound, I believe, so takes care of the support, but that Mother Witch has to come out to save that Inferno Dragon. Things looking real bad for Sandbox here in the opening moments.
Yeah, I mean, luckily he has that snowball to kind of stop the bleeding for at least a second, but you see there the tilt of the head, the late snowball. It was all about that misplaced Mother Witch, just a little too high. Inferno locks on, no good, not the way you want to start your day, unless you're Famouskid. Famouskid's all smiles right now.
Yeah, of course he is. Well, you know, you went Lava Miner, you got in deep and gave us some early damage. Doesn't matter when you take a tower and there's only 1 minute left. I don't know, especially with that Tombstone in the mix, how you're going to end up seeing. Well, let's see. Mega Knight in front of the Ram Rider. Could this Ram Rider sneak by and connect? And that's a nice Tombstone pull. Lightning in, Ram Rider connects, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late here, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, 40 seconds remaining. Maybe we could see Sandbox pull a miracle out, but it's just really rough. You said it perfectly. With only a minute remaining, he put together a really good offense, and honestly, the way that Famouskid defended that was very, very predictable. I would have liked to see the Tombstone maybe go a little higher, maybe a little lower down to the left-hand side or something, just to try to avoid the lightning. I don't know if he really would have been able to. Either way, I think he's going to walk away with the dub here, Rich. And there you go. That's the type of thing I want to see.
Yeah, the cross-bridge Tombstone just to really make sure nothing's going down, avoid that lightning as well. So kicking things off with a bang, Singapore's Famouskid trying to become a famous man here on this championship Sunday.
You know, and this is a great indicator of kind of how a lot of this tournament has been going. I mean, there's 2 types of matches that we've seen so far, and one of them is that it's just been immaculate gameplay from top to bottom from both players. Matchup conversation becomes a little bit more prevalent. And the other side of it is that we've seen good gameplay, but then one glaring mistake. And obviously that's a lot of what Clash Royale is. And honestly, yesterday, that mistake maybe happened later on. Remember, it was like 3.5, 4 minutes in, you'd see someone make a misplay on defense when things start going a little crazy. This, I think, maybe Sandbox is just warming up for the day, because that Mother Witch just being placed in the wrong spot was why that game was lost.
Yeah, I mean, also, you know, you have that much coming through the air. The Inferno Dragon, you can't figure out how to get it off. Like, that's just going to be an absolute disaster. Now, keep in mind, I believe both players here ran Lightning game number 1, so Lightning out in game number 1, that has a pretty strong feeling that game number 2 are going to be seeing maybe some Mother Witch up in the mix.
Yeah, you know, one player with Mother Witch out, we could bring in AQ from both sides. Yeah, I was just thinking that's what you meant.
Yep, I meant to say AQ.
And so, yeah, obviously it still feels like she's our most popular champion at the highest level. Skeleton King's been popping up a lot. I am happy to see the Mighty Miner in our first game out. It took us a little while yesterday to have ASAF bring it out for the first time, and then he brought it back again later, and we'll obviously see him and Mohamed Light face off a little bit down the line, which will be a lot of fun. That should be a really good match. Sandbox, you know, this is almost how we saw Moogie last month, right? He's still playing very well, but we've just seen him make a handful of mistakes that have put him in the position that he's in, down in the elimination bracket after round 2, and now down a game with his back up against the wall.
Well, you know, if you pay attention to SandBox's Twitter account, he's expressed, you know, some conflicted emotions, some challenges as of late. A little bit of confidence, maybe not having the same feeling of confidence he had in our previous season. So, you know, we talked a lot yesterday about mentality. SandBox is a player where the skill's certainly there, but it seems like right now the confidence is lacking. And you and I both know that when you're confident, anyone, like even you and I, can play brilliantly when we're feeling confident. Maybe not brilliantly, but pretty darn well at least. But even a brilliant player with a loss of confidence, those fingers start going places you don't mean. Decision-making gets disrupted, and that can turn a great player into an okay player.
Yeah, Tiger Woods has a swing coach. Steph Curry has a shot coach. You know, you and I have commentating coach. We don't actually do that, but we practice quite a bit.
We're just good at this.
And it's important. You know, for years we've talked about Team Queso and their support staff. You know, since the very first season out, you and I were both kind of taken aback when we heard they had a sports psychologist on their team. And I'm not saying that's the extent that every single squad needs to go to, but it just shows how relevant it is in the sense that every single player or every single athlete, every single competitor at the highest level of their respective sport is going to find moments of like losing their confidence because of either a loss or just feeling kind of out of your groove. And hopefully SandBox, I mean, it's still early in our golden ticket run, you know, and it's still early today. A lot more could still happen for him.
Yeah, of course, we'll get the next game up as soon as the game is ready, guys. So we'll take our moment, ourselves a moment. Sahal saying, hey, Rich and team, love your casting. Please donate some of this to a good cause. Love from Ireland. Thank you always for your support to the streams. Do appreciate that. And some of this will go to a good cause, and some of it will go to absolute frivolity, as is the norm for this channel. Now, Andrew, I don't remember if you were mentioning, but I heard you say sports psychologist, but I didn't remember if you said Queso or if you were talking about Immortals at the time, bringing in, because Immortals for a short time, don't remember if it was during the space station phase or during the Immortals phase, but they worked with a sports psychologist as well. So definitely a couple of teams taking that note and running with it.
Yeah, so here we go into game 2. You can see those previous decks up on the screen here. Famouskid obviously up 1 game over SandBox. I think SandBox also missed an Ice Spirit early on. I think he was trying to get on top of a Flying Machine, but maybe it was for the Inferno Dragon. So just some small stuff that ended up being a very, very big hill for him to climb back from. We'll see how he bounces back in game number 2.
And let me correct myself here. Lightning not played on the side of Famouskid, so still in the mix. But looking like Royal Giant here from SandBox, and this was the dominant Royal Giant deck of yesterday. Or is this that Hog deck? I think it's the Royal Giant one, but
I would think it's Royal Giant because of the Fish Boy, but you never know, man. People move stuff around in duels, and they love to mess with us casters here at the desk.
Yeah, well, the Giant Skeleton, there's that Giant Skeleton NATO Hog Rider deck that's going around now.
Yeah.
But it does feel like it's probably the RG deck, since we haven't seen a Hog Rider yet. And RG coming down from Famouskid as well.
And I like SandBox going right to the champion, the AQ here, going to use that ability, try to cut down some of that damage that comes in, but Famouskid playing really nice. You know, the fact that he's able to get that much damage this early on without having to break a sweat is obviously very good for him.
And Zap does make it feel like maybe he's running Poison or Fireball instead of running the Lightning. Maybe he's running 2 different blue electrical spells. We'll see as we get deeper into the game. First minute, almost 2 minutes away. And so far, the lead going to Famouskid, who does have the 1 game advantage in this elimination matchup against last season's number 4 finisher for CRL's regular season.
And just remember, that elimination doesn't mean anything other than you had a fun time this weekend and you competed in the Queso Cup Golden Edition. You walk away empty-handed, so hopefully, I mean, obviously, for one of these guys, hopefully going to walk away and continue their journey on to hopefully get that $30,000. And we've seen EQ come down, so most likely still going to be RG at the bottom of your screen, just playing some defense right now as SandBox.
And you see SandBox betting against it being the Lightning, and it looks like that bet's coming out correct by playing that Archer Queen down low. So he might be up against EQ himself, might be up against Poison or Fireball, but definitely you saw SandBox making the read of, if it's Lightning, we're to find out right about now.
Pretty nice use of the ability of the Archer Queen there, making sure it gets the aggro from both units, the Giant Skeleton and the opposing AQ, then the Royal Ghost pops, then you use the AQ ability. You get a lot out of a little there.
Quite a lot indeed. Here we go. Sudden death, overtime Final 2 minutes of gameplay. Royal Giant down on the right-hand side. Now it's Sandbox who's putting the pressure on Famouskid. 8:71 remaining, and not much time left for Famouskid to work, and he's been having trouble controlling these Royal Giants.
Yeah, you know, Sandbox is one of the better Royal Giant players in the game, and it's all about his patience, right? He's an incredibly patient guy. You see the RG is the 8th card that he used. A great fire back there, though, from Famouskid. It felt like the elixir was just... Oh, and there it is, Rich. You did call it... We'll say that you called it early. That lightning comes in for a big blow.
I'm honestly surprised it was lightning. It's not going to help here in the end. I mean, unless he's able to absolutely steal this one. Log is in the deck of Sandbox, though, so that should be a GG well played. And you gotta wonder about not playing that lightning earlier. That seems like when that Archer Queen got cycled to the right-hand side, he decided to double down on offense in the opposite lane rather than lightning off the AQ and get that damage on that side. So I'm a little surprised that we waited that long to see the lightning in that matchup.
Yeah, you know, you have a better memory than I do. We talked to a pro maybe 4 years ago about Lightning being such a good surprise spell. It's such a great way to create a really, really large amount of offense when your opponent least expects it because you hold on to it for as long as they did. Famouskid kind of did that in this matchup. Yep. But what we saw, though, when Sandbox fired back was that Famouskid was doing something that I'm sure a lot of us are guilty of, is he was just letting that elixir lead slide further and further and further in favor of his opponent. Where if what you're doing, or what you're talking about happens, Rich, is if he saves that elixir for defense, clears off some of those units that are on the board, especially that AQ, getting a little bit more damage on tower, instead of trying to continue to double down and chip away. We all knew Royal Giant was coming. I think Famouskid just oversold a little bit, and then Sandbox goes, all right, man, go ahead. There's 1 elixir advantage, now 2, now 3, now 4. Here comes the Royal Giant.
Yeah, I mean, and Sandbox just laid out a free tower lightning and Archer Queen lightning, and yeah, you saw Famouskid not take it. You know, I wonder what are the challenges Famouskid was having. We saw neither one of them really doing a good job of playing the bridge fight with the Fisherman against the Royal Giant, but then you think about how much you had kind of right near the bridge to mess with the Fisherman. So we didn't see a lot of that Fisherman predicting Fisherman play. We didn't see a lot of people trying to play up high. And so really it was more of just, let me hit you really hard, you hit me really hard, and we'll see who drops first.
Yeah, I mean, that really does feel like what we saw. The Giant Skeleton is probably the biggest reason why you didn't see Famouskid get super aggressive with that. And then on the other side of it with Sandbox, it looked like maybe it happened once or twice where the other one was trying to predict that it would happen, and then it just didn't. So it was one of those odd Royal Giant Fisherman games where it was like, who's going to blink first? And then neither of them do it at all. But Sandbox comes back out on top here in game number 2, all evened up. And what's really interesting about how these first 2 games went is it felt like in game 1, Sandbox made 2 mistakes that were slightly uncharacteristic. Sure. Whereas in game 2, it felt like Famouskid kind of got lulled to sleep by Sandbox's methodical and patient gameplay.
There's definitely feels like some of that. And also in game number 1, it was just a difficult matchup for Sandbox, right? Like, you know, we've all been there. You find yourself up against a Lava Hound deck, and that Lava Hound deck just keeps throwing things at you. You're like, but I can't take it all off the board. It just sits there. And the same thing was happening there for Sandbox. You know, playing a great job on the matchup game in game number 1 for Famouskid. Game number 2, it feels like he got some of that game right, but then execution just wasn't there. So now we go on to game number 3, and I see a lot of you joining us right now from inside of Clash Royale, including I saw Clash Royale official in the chat there. Hey, what's up? How are you, CR? It's always good to see you on a Sunday. Welcome, everybody. We are in the Queso Cup Golden Edition. What's on the line right now? Well, first of all, $50,000. That is a whole lot of food you can buy that way. Maybe even a bicycle for $50K. Who knows what you can get with that. And on top of that, a golden ticket will be given today, a trip directly to Clash Royale League World Finals later this year. So that's all on the line. And what's happening right now? Well, right now we're going to game number 3 in just a moment. As soon as the players are ready between Sandbox and Famouskid. We are in the lower bracket, the elimination bracket. That bracket you can find in the description below. I'm not going to link it in chat because chat's going way too crazy for me to link it. But you can find that bracket down below and follow along. Loser here leaves town. Winner moves on and keeps trying to fight for that prize pool and that golden ticket.
Sandbox, little smile to himself there. He sees the barrel come out from Famouskid and a perfectly placed and timed Fire Spirit for the +2 trade as his first interaction. You see a little smile back from Famouskid. I really like Famouskid's attitude, what I've seen so far. In moments when he's won and in moments when he's lost, he has a smile on his face. And, you know, we've talked so much about mentality even already today, and that's a great firecracker on top of that Dart Goblin. I love that he's still staying super positive, even in moments when his opponent gets the best of him.
And we haven't seen any spell on that firecracker yet. Now Hog Rider down, cannon to pick up. I'm really wondering, Andrew, what Famouskid has to deal with those firecrackers on Sandbox's side. If he doesn't have anything, this could be a really long outing for him.
Yeah, I mean, most likely going to have Rocket as his big spell, and then maybe Log. I can't remember if he used Log earlier or not. We'll see when the decks come back up on screen. But yeah, this bait deck is really, really strong, and it cycles incredibly fast. But I'm sure Sandbox has played against it quite a bit, and it looks like he's opting out of the Rocket and going to Fireball.
And there you go. There
it's
comes
better for him.
Yeah, and there comes the Fireball. We didn't see it on the first firecracker, but we see it again right here. So that's going to look good for Famouskid throughout, and he is playing the mirror bait version and goes to the back, a little trickeration, and that is a lot of damage early. You see Famouskid absolutely tickled pink with that maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000 HP up early on here as we're about to get into double elixir. He's got the cannon, he's got the Valkyrie, he's got a lot of great ways to deal with the pushes coming in from his opponent. Sandbox happy to get that poison value, and it's going to be really interesting because, you know, Famouskid running a deck that does usually have Rocket if you're going to have Mirror in there, and that makes it so that you have to really be cognizant of getting below 1,000 HP. Just a little bit more wiggle room right now for Sandbox.
And goes back in one more time with the second one. This time goes to the front, and Sandbox plays that Valk to the front one more time. That's kind of the move he has to do, is play that Valk on the front half of the board. So we'll see what sort of maneuvers Kid comes up with as we go on, but he is just keeping the barrel pressure on. Look at that timing, though, with the delivery out of Sandbox.
And you see there, Sandbox just spending an arm and a leg. Luckily for him, it's all about counter pushes in these situations, and he does have poison, so he could get on top of that Dark Goblin. There he goes. But yes, Famouskid really keeping up the pressure, and Sandbox, he's trying to keep up, and he's doing a pretty good job now, but we'll see if Famouskid breaks through again on this next double barrel.
Well, this is just a strange deck choice out of Sandbox. You understand, he played the Earthquake, and the Fireball timing, absolute perfection to take care of that Fire Spirit. I think there might have been skeletons down there as well. It happened very quickly.
Yeah.
Sandbox playing a weird variation. This is essentially a Hog EQ deck, but since he already played Earthquake with the Royal Giant, he's playing Poison, and the synergy just isn't there in the same way.
Yeah, it's weird because the synergy to take that cannon out of the way is definitely not there. You think about how much faster it goes off the board, and now getting a little bit outcycled, and that's probably going to be Sandbox's key to victory. I totally lost my train of thought. We were talking about the poison. Yeah, so the poison, though, does come in. It's at least nice over the Earthquake because it does help take care of those Dark Goblins.
And nice delivery at the bridge there. That's challenging timing to get right. Both guys playing delivery at a high level today. High delivery, and the Fire Spirit perfectly picks up that Goblin Barrel. Second one in. Skeletons to the front, Firecracker to the back, Valk to pick up as well. So right now, Sandbox is doing everything he can to keep damage off tower. The question is, how long can you do it? Final minute remaining. Loser is out of the tournament and no longer in contention for the prize pool or that golden ticket. And right now, it's all about, can Sandbox play enough defense and put down that counter push?
And we see a very deep barrel there. That's one of the nice things about using mirror barrels. You know exactly where it's going to drop. Sandbox using that to his advantage. But the problem is he's still so far behind. He's got 30 seconds remaining. He needs to outcycle his opponent and get those hogs on the board, but it's just not going to happen, man. And now it's 2 fireballs, 1 fireball away, and that's going to be it. Sandbox turns off the camera, and he says goodbye to the Queso Cup Golden Edition. Famouskid has to be happy about taking down one of the big names in this tournament.
That's a big win for Famouskid, and you know, I don't know who he's working with from an analyst standpoint. The laughs make me kind of feel like he has got someone who's maybe cracking a joke or two in his ear. But from an analysis standpoint, got a brilliant matchup in game number 1. Had a pretty good situation, got a decent read in game 2, just didn't execute right, had a couple pieces off. And then game number 3, again, just was in a position where he had the perfect counters for Hog, and just a deck that his opponent could not keep up with. So a big win here for Famouskid in this first match today.
Yeah, you kept seeing the overspend to defend those barrels, working on getting that Dark Goblin off the board, not getting as many hogs out as he would have liked. And then obviously not having log in play made that a really, really difficult matchup because, yes, you can time that delivery perfectly, but then there's the second barrel that you have to deal with. And you saw it was a Fire Spirit plus Skellies, plus a Valkyrie. And yesterday we had a whole conversation about tough interactions. And there's obviously two different interactions that are available there for Sandbox that he didn't really use much. We saw the Skeletons push the Goblin up with the Fire Spirit. That's one great way to do it and still get a +1 trade. But on the other side of it, that perfectly dropped Valkyrie is very difficult. And you never feel confident pulling those moves in these high-stress situations.
And you take a look at the bracket here. So Famouskid, you see taking the step forward. And of course, that's our upper bracket that we'll be seeing more of later today. So don't you worry, we'll be getting that one in the mix very soon. But for now, just saying goodbye to Sandbox and GG's to Famouskid, who is moving on with our day. Andrew, it's been an interesting match. I mean, we're talking about just kicking things off with a bang. Yesterday, there were fireworks the entire way through. And so far, looks like we're in for more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, well, so when you look at this list of players, you know, the rest of the elimination bracket is Tiago versus ArchAngel or Krasilkov, Sandbox Famouskid, which we just saw, Faust, Wallace, and TA and Demas. So in all of these matchups, except for the first one, because it is two younger players, there's kind of a vet and kind of an up-and-comer. And I think that's what's really exciting about this lower bracket. Can Faust take down Wallace? Can Demas dethrone TA, who played pretty dang well yesterday? And then at the top of the bracket, it's actually kind of the same thing as well. You look at ASAF and Mohamed Light. Obviously, one of them has a lot more experience and a lot more clout than the other. And then Mugi and Ardentoas. So the first matchup of the day actually falls in the way of the less experienced player of Famouskid over Sandbox.
Well, here we go to a match that you just mentioned, and that's going to be the Faust versus Wallace matchup. Faust coming in with a 70% win rate on the tournament. Wallace 65%. And of course, Wallace did win his bracket for the qualifying phase of this one, going through Faust in those semifinals.
Yeah.
But of course, Faust has long been a talented player, going way back to 2019 when he helped lead his team existence to winning the first ever the CCS Clash Contender Series championship. A really phenomenal semi-pro competition. Here he is, though, playing with the big boys, where he really has always belonged.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that this could be a very different tune that we're singing about the two players that walked out of last weekend, right? It so easily could have been Mohamed Light and Faust. We saw how close Faust got against Wallace, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt over Ardentoas since Wallace 2-0'd Ardentoas. So Faust could have been the other top dog. It just didn't go that way, and that is not how you want to start this set, Rich. Maybe he's able to get that away from his tower, but it doesn't look like it.
There is nothing worse than you put a fisherman down and then, oh boy. This is just going from bad to worse. A rough start here on the day for Wallace. And man, yeah, that's that opportunistic, hey, you have a fisherman there. Well, guess what? My giant skeleton is about to run right to tower. And that's going to be a tough mountain to climb out of, to climb up here for Wallace in game number one.
I mean, it doesn't get worse than starting with a giant skeleton pull on top of your Princess Tower. I'm pretty sure that's probably the worst way you can start a game. And then that fisherman, that pesky fish boy still hanging out on your side of the map, pulls the Royal Giant in. And Wallace just has to chalk this up. It's something we talked about yesterday. He's got to go, all right, man, game one's a wash. Let's reset for game two. I know that he won't quit. I know that he'll continue to try. But I'd be shocked if this goes any other way than in Faust's.
Yeah, and you see the fisherman betrayed his owner there by Mr. Black in the chat. And that's just what fisherman is like that. Fisherman just, when played, when everything goes right, Fisherman is great, creates separation, helps you in a whole lot of situations. But when Fisherman goes wrong, Fisherman goes very, very wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he's just straight up chaos, the Fisherman. You never know what he's going to do. And this time around, Wallace not feeling good about it. And so the biggest thing you have to look at now for both of these guys, since Faust will most likely just walk away with a W being up about 1,500 HP or 1,400 or so, is, you know, what spells did Wallace use? What buildings did he use? And how do I abuse that moving forward?
Yeah, that's the question always with duels mode. And a reminder for those of you watching at home, we are playing in the duel format, meaning you cannot repeat cards within a single best of three. So whatever you play in game number 1, those 8 cards are out for the remainder of that given match. Of course, you reset for every single match, but in this duels mode, very similar to what you've experienced in Clan Wars 2, you cannot repeat cards in that BO3, so analysts working hard to earn their portion of that prize pool.
Man, if Wallace had 10 more seconds and 150 more HP, he could maybe actually make a real good game out of this, but the log's going to come in with the Earthquake. He gets the tower down to 1,400 HP, and you see him nodding to himself. He goes, all right, look, I lost that game because of the opening moments, and it's stuff that just, it's the worst luck you could have. But you talked about this specifically yesterday, Rich, is that Wallace is a guy that stays locked in, dialed in, no matter what happened in game 1 for all of game 2, and if he gets there, all of game 3. And those nods at the end of that game make me think, he goes, all right, you got me early, but I know how to beat you now.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things overall that he about Wallace, it's talent, it's great, is that he has that strong mentality, and he knows he messed up. I even saw it in the chat a couple of times. He cycled Fisherman in the back as, I believe, his second play, right? As it was a second or third play. And, man, cycling Fisherman in the back is always such a huge danger. It's always one of those things where what we just saw, you and I have called it out before during CRL matches in the past. We've seen the exact same thing happen multiple times. So cycling Fisherman in the back is a dangerous move. You want to get your cycle moving. You want to get something on the board, but that's probably, there are very few cards that it's just like, hey, do not cycle that in the back unless you know everything. That is probably top of the list.
Yeah, and you know, it's so interesting that you bring that up, because there was a conversation that you and I had maybe 3 years ago, and I remember we got a little roasted for it, as we did for a lot of things back in the day.
Yeah, sure.
Don't miss that at all. But you know, you have to think about the meta, right? What is really popular in the meta right now? Royal Giant is everywhere in the meta, and Giant Skeleton is very, very prevalent in the meta. The conversation that you and I had years ago was when Beatdown was everywhere, and people were always rocking Golem or always rocking Lava Hound, and we were basically saying, look, at this point in CRL, you cannot play your building as your first cycle card, because then it won't be in cycle by the time that Beatdown unit comes across the bridge. And a lot of the Beatdown players started to abuse that. It's the same thing now. I mean, obviously, don't play a Fisherman in the back is something that people have said a lot, but you really cannot play a Fisherman in the back when you're at the highest level, when Royal Giant is one of the strongest archetypes in the game, and when Giant Skeleton is a very relevant card in the meta.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2, and we are seeing what I would say is a bit of a beatdown resurgence in the game right now. It's been, it has not been involved in competitive for a while. I mean, Lava has always kind of been there a little bit, but specifically some of these really heavy decks, Golem we've seen more in competitive play. You know, Mo Light ran it the other day, and he talked on his Twitter about how he's been practicing Golem specifically, which is bananas for me to think about coming from Mo, but it's part of the game right now in a way that it really hasn't been, and players have to make those adjustments.
And you saw that practice ended up paying off with a huge come-from-behind victory in that game. And it wasn't really, I mean, it was still about the Golem, but it was all about using all parts of that deck. The NATO, the Golem, and of course, that Golden Knight.
So here we go, first minute away in game number 2, and this time no one has made a big, drastic, game-altering error in the first few seconds.
It's a good start for Wallace compared to game number 1.
Huge start, huge difference, and trying to figure out how to deal with this whole push, and well defended here. Wallace looking like he's a bit more dialed in game number 2. Cleans all of that up with the Archer Queen in the middle. Knight to pick up the rest of that Goblin Drill, and then the Recruit, the Royal Delivery, taking care of those wall breakers. But right now, a lot on the board for Faust in this next counter push.
And he's going to go high miner here to get on top of that Dark Goblin. Really important there. That Dark Goblin would have taken out those spears with the help of the Valkyrie and then gotten on tower. Josh has talked about it a lot. I've talked about it a lot. But Dark Goblin and guards are still so strong. They got buffed. They got really overused. And then it's almost like they got forgotten about because so many other things happened with the changing of the meta and changing with balance.
And let's see, does he pick up? No, Faust does not pick up the mortar in time. That's going to get a lock on tower. The Inferno Tower gets picked up by the Spear Goblins. Great sequence there for Wallace overall to take back the lead as we go into our final minute of regulation.
You know, Faust actually played that well in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, like, forgot that he was playing, because he let that mortar lock onto one of his goblins that was on the tower from the drill, I believe, which was really, really great. But then he just didn't play his Inferno, knowing that his Inferno needed to get played instantly to get that lock on top of the mortar. And it's an easy defense with those spear goblins, because when you're playing a deck like Faust, your opponent, I mean, honestly, at this level, your opponent always knows your cards, but the cycle is a lot easier to track in my mind, and especially in terms of defense.
2103 in the bottom right-hand tower to 2555 on the top left-hand side. Wallbreaker's gonna get through. Oh no, though I thought the one might get there, but does not do it. Spears take care of business in time. Here we go. Sudden death overtime. Wallace setting up his mortar in the middle. Defensive, or I guess always defensive, but very low, not high with the Inferno Tower this time. And it looks like Wallace is just one step ahead with the minor placements.
And we're seeing Faust just a little uncomfortable with this deck, Rich. I think that's the best way to put it. You saw that poorly placed Inferno Tower that allowed the mortar lock, and then right there, he's not splitting and defending his units well. With that last mortar, he places his Dark Goblin right in a spot to get taken out by the mortar, just wasting elixir. So interesting plays here from Faust in game 2.
You just saw one Wallbreaker did get through on the left-hand side, tanked for by the Goblins from the drill. Guards this time do pick up that minor and take care of the spears up high. Faust now starting to put a little bit more offensive pressure in the opposite direction. 1873, the mark to the 1381, as we are just 8 seconds away from triple elixir.
I'm curious to see how Wallace wants to deal with those drills once he decides that they're more of a threat, because we can see, I think, right now that he's letting them get more damage than he would if he was worried, and here we go. Now we're seeing the early cycled Knight, probably going to try to get back around to that AQ, maybe? I'm not sure. No, there's the Spear Goblins.
And look at
and
this.
a high mortar.
Look at this. Now back in the lead is Faust, 1033 to 921, forcing Wallace to play more defense on that left-hand side, but he has not found an answer to drill, and that's been the big issue as time has gone on, is he is not able to prevent all the damage from any drill. And wow, 449, minor in on the right-hand side. Final 20 seconds, poison down as well. These next couple of defenses will absolutely dictate everything. Minor to the back on the right-hand side, drill to the front, Knight goes to the back, Goblin does not get on tower. Spears trying to help, Fireball in. 217, 97 HP. Minor goes in on the right-hand side. Poison down as well. The guards pick up the minor, though. Wallace trying to get poison in. Can it tick fast enough? Does it beat the fireball? Fireball gets in just in time, and Faust eliminates Wallace in 2. What a crazy photo finish. Wallace eliminated in the first match on the day.
I mean, what an interesting game number 2 there. First of all, congratulations to Faust. He pulls off the sweep, but, you know, the first couple drills that Wallace kind of ignored on the left-hand side of the screen, they made sense. He had a good damage lead. He wasn't really worried. He was able to use that min-maxing to get some defense down, take some damage, and create just a little bit more offense. The thing that makes zero sense to me is the cleanup of the drill as it started to become an issue. Every single time it was Knight on top, Spear Goblins to the side, but still close enough to get fireballed off the board. One of the things he could have started to do was use that Royal Delivery just a little bit more over there. I mean, I know that he still had to worry about the Dark Goblin, but that wasn't the thing causing all the problems. What was causing the problems was the drill. So you want to take care of the problem first, and I just think changing up your defense a little bit could have been a really great way to get caught out of that bad cycle.
Yeah, could have been really helpful indeed. But just the part of the reality too is that he didn't have a phenomenal drill counter. Right, he had drill counters that could pick up one troop. You saw the Knight picking up one Goblin, or even able to pick up 2 Goblins, but that last Goblin would escape and get significant damage every time while the other Goblins were tanking. So that was absolutely a devastating situation.
If that's the case, hold on to your delivery then. If you don't want to use that, if you're using it for a different part of defense, drop the Knight down and then get that late Fire Spirit in. You have a way to clean up all of those Goblins. You got to use that correctly. And especially with the Fire Spirit, it becomes a great thing to time with the Fireball because you're not giving them any value, and that Fire Spirit can always sneak in there in time. So just a little surprising there from Wallace. He felt like he was a little off today with some mental mistakes. You know, in game number 1, cycling that Fisherman as your second card, not something you should do at the highest level. And then, of course, here in game number 2, you know, min-maxing only works for so long. And then at some point, you got to play some defense and then create your offense.
Well, let's go ahead and get some of the another man's thoughts in here. Joshua AC Sharon, are you and Andrew to take on over? Before we jump into our next match, though, thoughts on what we just saw?
I gotta say a little disappointing. You know, I really wanted to see Wallace not necessarily go all the way, but you know, I really wanted to see him keep going, at least make it a game number 3 situation. Game 1, obviously the huge mistake early on. You can't be doing that. You know, I understand. We saw right away that he put the Skeleton King at the bridge. He attempted to block it. He attempted to put the tombstone. He was ready for it, and it still didn't matter because the interactions were just kind of a little bit off. Game number 2, he started out great and then couldn't do anything with the pressure. There's a possibility that he uses his royal deliveries a little bit better, and then the game kind of flips on its head. Overall, he just didn't play that smooth, and we're used to super smooth from him.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and step away here, and Andrew and Josh, take it away as we jump into match number 2 on the day, Ta versus Demas.
Yeah, another one here where you could call it a David versus Goliath if you want, but I feel like it's more of like a vet versus an up-and-comer with Demas versus Ta. However, if you've been watching at all in the competitive scene for a while, Demas has definitely been a name there. Known as one of the best Mega Knight players out there. He has his famous deck, Mega Knight, the Bandit, Zap, Wall Breakers, all that stuff. But then Ta, our former monthly champion from last season, a guy that's been playing pretty well so far this weekend, Josh.
Yeah, he really has. His first set overall was pretty impressive when he was going against ArchAngel. And yeah, I mean, just overall, he's been playing all right. There's been a few things that he's done really well, and then a few things that he's kind of not done great. There have been a few suspect plays overall. And so hopefully we're going to see the perfection in this set.
Yeah, you know, Ta was a guy that we expected a lot out of last year, and he ended up delivering one time, you know, and that's fine. That's more than a lot of people did. But otherwise, it seems like he's struggled a little bit. This tournament, however, like you said, he ran into ArchAngel or Krasokov in round 1, and then he runs into Mohamed Light in round number 2, sending him down to the lower bracket. But the other thing, Josh, that we've talked about is we've had these vets and we've had these newcomers so far, and so far it's been both of the less experienced players. Do you think that trend continues here? Because Demas is, of a lot of the guys, that is maybe less famous or you didn't see as much last year in the CRL competition. He has had and has put in a lot of time. Do you have a favorite in this matchup?
Yeah, I think I have to go Demas.
Really?
I've been really impressed with him. I've been watching him for the last, 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
Mega Knight players are so fun to watch because the way they think about the game is really exciting. The way they cycle, we saw, 35 seconds left, still MK in the back. You still have plenty of time. They're smart players. And so, yeah, I definitely have to say the edge goes for Demas.
Demas, excuse me, Demas, top of your screen here with the drill. You see a very interesting Tesla defense there out of Ta, which is almost 100% clean, but takes a little bit of damage. And then on the other side, a hog comes out from Ta and a NATO for Demas. So Demas already with 2 pretty decent hog counters and a rocket for the AQ. This is not how you want to start a game for Ta, but obviously a lot of time remains.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, look at that. It's probably going to be the drill, no big spell. And I'm guessing that's the thought process that Ta had as well. We've been seeing the drill, Golden Knight, no big spell. Oh, I can just cycle Archer Queen in the back. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then, boom, the rocket comes down. And he was using the Golden Knight as well. This deck that Demas is using is... I really like how it's set up. I love drill plus rocket decks.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those decks that it's kind of like a bit of a twist on what's really popular right now, the Firecracker 8 instead of the Magic Archer. And then, yeah, that rocket in here, instead of having no spell and like the Heal Spirit, or no big spell, I should say, on the Heal Spirit. So Demas running something a little bit different, but definitely one that AC is a fan of.
Yeah, okay, and he has the Skellies as well. I just really like how this deck is set up overall. Golden Knight to take out the Archer Queen is going to be nice, and the log barely catches the Firecracker. Unfortunately, the Firecracker does pop back just a little bit for Demas, but at the end of the day, he's just in such a great position. I really don't know how he wants to try and get a lot of damage. We could see the Firecrackers at the bridge, or we could just really see him wait till triple elixir, start cycling rockets, and then just win the game this way or that way.
A more unique use of the Tesla to defend the drill. How do you feel about that? It's obviously a 4-for-4 trade, but he used the Fire Spirit to make sure he takes no damage, so it becomes a 4-for-5. Do you think that's the best way for him to clean up those drills?
I really like it. I think whenever you have guards in cycle, it's obviously probably going to be the best method of defense. But overall, I think it's a pretty, decent way to do it. In the past push, I saw him use the guards plus the Fire Spirit, and I don't think that is something that you can get away with. I think you need to be spending guards at most or Fire Spirit at most, because you need that cleanup. You don't always want to be using log on defense, because if you use the log on defense over and over again, it just allows the Firecracker to get way too much value.
And that King Tower activation paying off for Demas, as that Golden Knight was wrapped up on that giant skeleton, as was the Princess Tower, but no problem there. King Tower steps in and assists, make sure that Hog doesn't get too much damage. 1740 to 2311, the two lowest towers on the board for each respective player. And Demas leaks a little elixir there, decides what he wants to do, and he goes Golden Knight in the back.
Wow, I actually really like the Tesla play from Demas right there. Tesla to take out the opposing Tesla, keep the Firecracker alive, and get the Hog aggro so that way he can protect his tower from taking damage. I think that's just, exactly how you want to be playing this game. He's really making no mistakes. And right there, as we head into triple, we finally get the rocket onto the Crown Tower. I don't know how he's going to be able to just build that push now that we hit triple.
That Firecracker was alive for about a minute there. That's the same Firecracker you were talking about just a moment ago. It stays alive after the overspend on defense from Ta on the drill. Helps out with the right-hand side, then goes back to the left, gets another shot on tower, bring it down to 11-16 with the help of that rocket. Giant Skeleton on its way in. High Tesla here. Tesla in a perfect spot, avoids the Earthquake, takes out the Giant Skeleton. 2 Firecrackers on the board. No Hog hits coming in, it looked like there. I think it was a log that got damage.
Ta is doing everything he possibly can, and there we go. The tower down to 13-15. I don't see him being able to win this, but he is playing this beautifully. He even did the Hog in the back in order to try and just build that one good push. 400 HP separating the two. I don't think he can do anything with this, but I like the Tesla at the bridge. You're just doing everything you need to give yourself a chance.
You know, really the story of this game has been all about, and we'll say the story of the last few games has been all about the drill. The drill has been a nuisance for people to defend, and it feels like that was really the reason Ta was not able to take that game. Obviously because it's the damage dealer from his opponent, but also because we kept seeing him have to overspend, whether it was because the Firecracker was coming in, so we saw a Tesla plus a Fire Spirit on top of the drill with guards up high, or if it was like what you were talking about before, where it's guards plus Fire Spirit, or Tesla plus Fire Spirit, or like I just said, 3 cards being dropped. Every single time you're making a negative trade on that drill, and the worst thing about drill decks is they cycle so quickly, so it feels like it's always on the board.
Yeah, you have that Tesla NATO on defense, and then you have the drill, and then the Firecracker potential, the rocket potential, and so it just makes each defense difficult, makes each offensive push difficult. I said it, but I want to say it again. I loved that he was cycling the Hog in the back. I think Ta played that game so well. I think that might have been his best game overall in this tournament. After taking an early deficit with the Archer Queen in the back getting rocketed, I don't really think he made that many mistakes. I was very surprised by that level of gameplay from him.
And like you called out perfectly, was just that AQ in the back, obviously in hindsight ends up being a mistake, but when you're thinking about the way that Ta is thinking, which is, okay, these are the cards that are out so far, this is most likely the deck I'm playing against, how do I already take an advantage early on? Well, it's by stacking my most powerful unit on the board and then starting to create that 3-card cycle that we were talking about yesterday when a champion is out on the field. And just a really tough situation there when you talk about matchup in terms of the rocket, and you talk about matchup in terms of being able to clean up that drill. So Goblin Drill has been very, very successful today on our championship Sunday. Remember, $50,000 on the line. 30K goes to first place, and of course a golden ticket to the 2022 CRL World Finals. And Josh, you called it so far. Demas is on top. Ta is behind by just a little bit in consideration of how he played that game, which was pretty dang well. But again, it is the guy with a little bit less clout coming out as the stronger player so far on our Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe they understand that, you know, deck selection is just the most important thing, because that deck overall was just so solid. The synergy between the Firecracker, the Firecracker Rocket Drill synergy together is just so crazy. I don't think I've seen it from anybody in a comp event before that. And, you know, for him to pull that out in game number 1, that's just what you need to do if you're going to be playing, you know, these pros that have been in the scene for a while.
So here we go. Game number 2. You can see the previous decks that were just used. No Log, NATO, or Rocket available for Demas. On the other side of it, just Log and Earthquake out.
And hopefully we're seeing Mega Knight Miner from Demas. I see the Musketeer, I'm getting happier by the moment. And then on Taw's end, he's seeing the Musketeer and he's getting happier by the moment. Mega Knight going against Golem. These Golem pushes, I mean, you can early and often for the Golem, you can just place it down on the field and you're going to be taking towers.
Yeah, going with not quite Golem first play, but pretty dang close. And you see this Golem going to get cleaned up pretty nicely by the help of the Musketeer and the Prince there. Elixir in favor of Demas when you talk about what's on the board and what you see on the screen numbers-wise. So he decides to double down with an MK Prince push. Bats behind. Unfortunate timing there on the Bats. He ends up losing 3 of them, it looks like. And then that Zap comes in to reset.
Yeah, this Golden Knight provided so much value. A beautiful NATO to the King Tower. And yes, you are going to take damage from the wall breakers, but that is okay. I was thinking potentially he could be losing a tower. A Golem Baby Dragon push going against the Musketeer and Prince, you don't have any DPS whatsoever to take it out. So I was thinking that could be trouble. I would have liked to see Cannon Cart or Golden Knight behind the Golem. I don't understand the thought process behind doing the Baby Dragon, but it's okay. You've made it to double Elixir. You have that Golem in the back. You have the cage if he tries to go aggressive opposite lane, which we know he will do. And then you get to see, can I defend this?
So perfectly called here by my co-caster. All things considered, when you talk about going aggressive in the opposite lane, getting that cage in for defense, gonna eat a good amount of damage here from the Prince, but obviously that wall breaker connection on the other side is the bigger problem. But now we have what you're talking about, Josh. Golden Knight and Cannon Cart. You asked for one, you got both. Golem on the tower, and now we're seeing Demas struggle to defend. Lightning gonna come in. This could be a lot of trouble. High Bat's gonna take that Cannon Cart off of its wheels, but this Golem's still pretty dang healthy, and it is going to get that death damage.
And it gets that final shot. Lightning will be enough. Can he defend? He should be able to do so. 10 seconds left. He can't really block anything. He can't use the Bats. It doesn't have enough HP for that. He just needs to get back to Lightning, and it's game over like that. Bats come down. Even though they can't protect, we should be seeing Lightning here. GG.
Yeah, very, very well played, and an excellent call by you, if I may say so, AC. You got that on the spot on both sides of the board. Great breakthrough there with the Golem, and, you know, you talked about what he needed to do, and he did all of those things. You know that big push is going to come in on the left-hand side after your Golem set up in the back in the right-hand lane. You use your Goblin Cage, you use your Baby Dragon, then you take some damage. On the other side of it, you were talking about how he needed more DPS behind the last Golem push. It was just a Baby Dragon behind. That Baby Dragon actually ended up paying off just a little bit in terms of getting some weird splash damage on some ill-timed Bats, but you saw how much better it worked out when he got the real push coming in. The Golden Knight putting that Golem on skates, Cannon Cart behind, a great Lightning on top of the Musketeer, and then Demas had to overspend at the bridge because he knew, yes, the Golem is on the tower, but I can maybe take it out of play, or I can maybe defend, which is technically what he did before I lose my tower. But if that Golden Knight connects, if that Cannon Cart gets on, I'm 100% going to lose. So, you know, really great plays there from Ta in terms of being incredibly methodical and understanding the macro of Clash Royale.
Absolutely. You know, you can separate the two. Hey, I want to work on micro. Hey, I want to work on macro. Right there, Ta's macro, brilliant. He did make a couple micro mistakes, but at the end of the day, if you understand the matchups, you can really get away with that. We saw him, you know, he put the Golden Knight late, and the wall breakers, both wall breakers connected. Both wall breakers did splash on top of the Golden Knight. And yet, the Golden Knight still provided value on offense. It still was able to take out the Prince. It still forced out a Zap on top of the Golden Knight plus Cannon Cart. If your macro is correct when you're using these super heavy tank decks, you can get away with a lot of mistakes. That's why I love playing tank decks. I can just kind of sit there mindlessly and just have fun with it. And right there, we saw Ta was having fun with that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about those big beatdown decks is if you understand the macro of Clash Royale, the micro doesn't become as important, right? Because you know if you play this correctly, you'll get an elixir advantage at some point, or you'll be able to build an unstoppable push. And then, of course, the conversation that we had yesterday about the champions and what that provides for quick cycle decks when you're late in double and triple elixir, but what it really provides for these big beatdown decks starting in double. You know, if you're building that push from the back and you've got a Golden Knight behind, the cycle and the ability to defend and put more support behind your golem becomes infinitely stronger than it was before, because before it was like, all right, my cycle is 4 cards. One of them is going to be golem. You know, the Golden Knight's 4, the Cannon card's 5. It takes a long time to get back around. That one card out and then ignoring the golem means that you can start to support the way that you need to, or you can get back around to what you need like a lightning. And so really, really nicely played there by Ta. And I do hate to say it, but it does feel like Golem is back, and he's very strong.
Yeah, Golem, I really do feel the same way. I mean, Golem is just so strong right now, and I love seeing that. It's nice to not see the meta just be dominated by, you know, the minor cycles, the minor mortars, the mortar graveyards. I mean, really, that trio right there, the minor mortar graveyard, has dominated the meta when it comes to competitive. It is so powerful. It is so hard to get past those, and those are decks that, you know, kind of limit mistakes when you're a pro player. So that's why you see all the pros running it. And right there, Golem, that's one that, you know, you can make a lot of mistakes because no one really plays it. And so it's nice to see, you know, a fresh face in the meta.
So hopping into our final game of this set, Demas comes out strong, then Ta bounces back in game number 2. Here we are in game number 3. Remember, this is the elimination side of the bracket. One of these gentlemen will be going home after this game empty-handed as the other one continues their quest for $30,000 in that golden ticket. And now a prince out on Ta's side of the board. Looks like he took a page out of Demas's book, honestly.
Yeah, and this is brutal. Like in game number 2, we see Mega Knight go against Golem. In game number 3, we're seeing Mega Knight go against RG. And, you know, you just don't have a lot of DPS for those specific win conditions. And so we should see the RG clean up nicely. We should, you know, constantly see it get 1, 2, 3, 4 shots on top of the tower. What do you have for DPS? You have Prince if it gets its charge, and you have Bats. And so you can just play the RG at the bridge so there's no Prince charge, and then you can play the E-Spirit at the bridge so there's no Bats. So it's so difficult to stop RGs once it's double elixir, as we see right now.
Yeah, so we'll see if Ta's going to be able to defend those RGs. Great call there, Josh. RG at the bridge. There's the Prince. No charge in hand. No Musketeer in sight. RG getting shots in, recognizing there's no building. There's the Muskie going down in the left-hand lane to support this push on the left-hand side with that MK. But an insane amount of damage comes in on that tower. Beautifully called once again there, AC, and a horrible start for Ta.
Yeah, I like that Demas isn't worried about the wall breakers on the right lane. You can give up that damage. You have actually a pretty nice push on the left, and I love that he's getting aggressive with that. He has to be careful about getting too aggressive, but at the same time, he doesn't have enough on defense. You know, he is going to lose his right tower, probably. But with that left tower getting taken, RG in the pocket, it's game over. Demas played this super well. Ta, terrible matchup. You know, that's the tragedy that MK is. You can't get these kind of matchups.
Yeah, and you saw right there just nothing but trouble for the MK players in back-to-back games. A very, very quick game number 3, 3 minutes in and out. And Demas will move on. So again, once again, our first sets of the day, when you look at this lower bracket, you know, Famouskid moves on. Faust moves on. Demas moving on. So we will see Faust versus Demas in our next set in the elimination side of the bracket. Famouskid awaiting the winner of Tiago versus Krasilkov or ArchAngel. But you called it. You called it throughout the set. You called it throughout each match. And you called it beforehand. Demas is moving on. Great plays there today. And yeah, that's exactly what we were just talking about. Demas versus Faust. That'll be a lot of fun. But of course, we do have to see one more. And it looks like Tiago already played ArchAngel off of stream. We had this happen yesterday with Demas beating Herald 2-1, and that's going to happen just so we can keep up our time agreement, commitment, I don't know, words. So you can see there we have our elimination side of the bracket done, and now we're moving up to the top. So I don't know if I'm going to stick around because we were going to do 2 and 2, and I don't know if Rich is going to come back. But either way, okay, yes, I am sticking around. That means I'm going to see either of these matches. Most likely going to be Moogie versus Ardentoas because Mohamed Light was our highest seeded player, the first one to qualify and the first one to seed. So looking at this, I know who you're going to pick, but talk to me just a little bit more about this said matchup, if it is the one we're going to see. I'm going to assume it is Ardentoas versus your boy Moogie. You know, Moogie, or let's start with Ardentoas. Ardentoas played very good yesterday. Moogie was immaculate, like perfection. How is this set going to go, and how does Ardentoas stay alive?
This is such a difficult question because staying alive is really all he can hope for. Like, hey, you know, let's push it to a game 3. Like, he's looking for a game 3 situation. He's not looking, hey, can I win the set? It's, hey, can I push this to game 3? And then it's a best of 1. That's your best method when you're going against someone who's playing the way Mohamed Light is playing, the way Moogie is playing.
Yeah.
So overall, like, you know, what can you do in order to put yourself in a good position? You know, game 1, I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, bait or drill with rocket or drill with, you know, something that opens yourself up to have a wide range of decks for game 2, or, you know, the opposite. You use game 1 as the wide range and then game 2 as the drill deck, something that doesn't overlap when it comes to cards or spells for a game 3.
And even though we are not going to see that set, we're going to stay down on the elimination side of the bracket. I think that information and that advice still is very relevant, as we're going to go to Famouskid versus Tiago. It's going to be the first time that we actually get to see Tiago play today. He was sent down to the elimination side of the bracket yesterday when he ran into, excuse me if I could find it here, Tiago, when he ran into Ardentoas, who we were just talking about. Ardentoas 2-1 Herald, 2-0'd Tiago, and then now is going to run into Moogie. So again, an easier path than some have had. But when you talk about Tiago, a guy that, you know, I don't know him very well, and it was fun to watch him play yesterday. I'm excited to see what him and Famouskid do here. But I really liked what I saw out of Famouskid earlier on today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Famouskid played a great match. Who was it that he went against?
Sandbox.
Sandbox, yeah. It was just a really solid match overall for him. And Sandbox kind of looked deflated when he was playing it. So yeah, I could see this being a great set for him as well.
Yeah, obviously Famouskid really excelled in that set because of a mistake in game number 1, but then in game number 3 he had that Goblin Barrel mirror deck with Fireball instead of Rocket, which is just, it's one of those things where it looked like his matchups were pretty good. Like, I like that deck choice in game number 3, and obviously the plays from his opponent lent him that first game. So we'll see how he ends up playing against Tiago in a set that should hopefully be a little bit more by the numbers. Hopefully don't have as many big swings there based off of misplays. But we're going to find out right now as we hop into game number 1 of this set here in the elimination bracket. One of these guys moving on. One of them going to go home after this best of 3. Tiago, bottom of your screen, and Famouskid at the top under the title Mini Kid, and they both just sit back, stop, and stare.
So I was thinking, why did I enjoy Famouskid's set so much? And I was looking back at it. Game 1, he used lava. He's one of the few players that has actually listened to me and actually used lava, and we saw that he dominated with it. So, you know, I love that he did that. I gotta say, for this set and this set only, I will be rooting for Famouskid.
So Famouskid, I'm sure, happy about that as he sends in this miner to support the bats and then the spear goblins, but a nice high dart goblin is going to put in some work. Bottom of your screen going to be Valkyrie dart gob with wall breakers. Going to be a building in there as well, and a pretty good deck. Nice fast cycle and a way to keep up a lot of pressure. We'll see how Famouskid holds on, and that's not exactly how you want that interaction to go if you're Tiago.
Yeah, I really like the patience with Famouskid. He understood what was happening. The Valk was going to be able to take out the cannon cart. This is not an issue. I can just wait cannon cart gets taken out and it takes the aggro of the wall breakers. I really like the patience right there. And I really like the deck choice. I talked about it yesterday. Mortar, miner, cannon cart. That is so powerful. It is so hard to actually, you know, stop that synergy together. But right here, this is going to be a lot of damage. 2 wall breakers hitting. Goblins on the tower getting it down at 1283. That lead gets evaporated.
And I'll tell you exactly why that happened, Josh. That last push there from Famouskid, he decided to zap that Dark Goblin to take it off the board because one of the Spear Goblins had thrown a spear and injured the Dark Goblin. But the thing is with the way that Tiago defended, the Mortar was actually going to take out the Dark Goblin while the Dark Goblin was focused on the spears. So that extra 2 elixir he spent on the zap is where he found, or where we found him lacking on that last defense. So just a little bit of an overspend means that your opponent's going to punish you. That's exactly what happened, and somehow Tiago is in the lead after taking a lot of damage early on. And talk about overspends, I think we just saw another one right there. Those guards weren't actually necessary.
Yeah, I mean, we saw early on Famouskid. Why does he get, why does he have such a strong start? Oh, because he was able to wait, the Valk took out the cannon cart, and he made a solid play with that. Why does he lose 2,000 HP on his tower? Oh, because he overextends with the zap. It's all about, hey, you know, how can I limit the amount of elixir that I can spend in order to get that same push? And, you know, we're seeing it when you play it correctly, you're getting a strong push.
Yeah, it's just the thing here with Tiago that I keep seeing is he's not protecting his Dark Goblins from the Mortar, and right now we are actually seeing that happen, and you see how successful it is when you talk about defense and being able to turn it into a counter push. But the fact that he's allowed that to happen already, I think 2 or 3 times, which is giving away value with the Dark Goblin, allowing the Mortar to either connect or having to overspend, or just some mental mistakes here that Tiago's going to have to clean up throughout the rest of this set.
That defense right there on the Valk, I was pretty shocked that it didn't get, you know, more damage right there. But as we get down to this fireball on offense is going to be so powerful. The guards are not going to stay in front. 434 and 400 HP separating the two, but when you only have 400 HP on your crown tower at this point, you got to get aggressive. But these guards and these Valks are just coming down and getting so much value.
And there we go, high cannon cart this time to get on top of that Dark Goblin. Now another drill comes in. Guards are going to be there this time around. No way you want to fireball that early. You want to get on top of the Mortar. There it is, 409 on the tower. Did he miss the tower?
The Mortar got 2 shots.
Wow.
The game's over.
Wow. And that, I mean, literally that was what happened that entire game, was that Tiago turned his mistakes into good offense, but his defenses were just not what he needed. You know, the Mortar is a card that can be kind of annoying to lock down, but it's also a card that when you know the timing of it, which I know Tiago knows, it's really easy because that Mortar takes a second to reset, pause, then shoot. Reset, pause, then shoot. So that targeting that he was having issues with the Fire Spirit to distract, with the Valkyrie to distract, he just was giving away too much value and letting that Dark Goblin go by the wayside.
Yeah, you know, that final push that he had, you know, there was 430 HP left on the tower, and the cannon cart in the middle of the arena at the bridge was able to take out the Dark Goblin, and then he still went with the offensive drill. The guards locked it up pretty easily, and all of a sudden, this game that, you know, he kind of just has to play slow and be able to win, not easily, obviously, but he definitely had control of the match. He just got too aggressive and just got overwhelmed just like that. I did not like how he approached that endgame, and, you know, I talk about it all the time. The patience is necessary if you're going to be running these control decks.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you said that, because I was going to literally just piggyback off of that conversation and bring up something that you said yesterday, which is, look, if I know that a spell plus a spell can take out the tower, but I still have to play or can play defense because my opponent is still selling out at the bridge, I'm going to do that. I'm going to let that cycle go around once, twice. I'm going to overspend on defense. I'm going to play that high goblin cage 3 tiles too high so it can pull from either side. There's no way a dark or a golden knight can dash onto my tower. Over defend, overspend on defense, and then since you already know you have the win in your hand, then send in the offense. And that's something that we see lesser or younger or newer players, whatever you want to say, maybe less focused players do a lot of the time. They see that light at the end of the tunnel and they just make a dash for it. They don't realize they're leaving the door wide open behind them. And Famouskid happily takes that, and you saw the smile on his face going, look, you thought I was down, you thought I was out, but I stayed with it. I played the long game. And hopefully that's something that Tiago can remedy here, at least for him and his fans in game number 2.
Yeah, we see that drill deck a lot, and I have to say that I don't really like it. You know, even though he was going against Mortar, it does kind of struggle against it. A lot of the times you kind of have to use the Dart Goblin in situations where you place it in the middle of the arena, the Mortar locks onto the Dart Goblin, but then it runs away, and so it kind of takes the aggro of a couple shots or something. But you have to get pretty tricky, and it can set you up with some difficult defenses. I'm surprised to see that that is the that is the drill deck that these players are running to, instead of the, you know, the drill no spell, or, you know, even potentially the drill rocket firecracker deck that we saw in the previous set. Those kind of decks are a lot easier to run with than something like an Inferno Tower drill deck.
Yeah, because also when you talk about that defense, you know, so often you'll see players at least put the building at the bridge as a rotation in their defensive, taking care of the mortars. And I think it's important to vary up your defense, right? Sometimes it's going to be aggro to the opposite lane. Sometimes it's just going to be a tank down. Then you can get your Dart Goblin up high because your mortar is distracted, or a building high up at the bridge. But when you talk about it costing 5 elixir instead of the 4 of the mortar, your opponent also, once you play that Inferno, they're going to look for cheap ways to block it and then get positive trades. So just being in a bit of a weird spot deck-wise, and then obviously not playing that match very well was Tiago, just because there was too many given away Dart Goblins, and that's really, you and I have talked about it at almost ad nauseum at this point. That card is broken right now in a good way. So here we go. Broken. A healthy broken. As we hop into game number 2 here, Famouskid all smiles today as he's already worked through Sandbox and now trying to do the exact same to Tiago, up 1 game.
And again, we don't often see this, but game 2, we're actually waiting 30 seconds. This used to be something that we saw in every single competitive match from, you know, 2016 to 2020. And we just don't see that anymore. You have the Fire Spirit at the bridge, you have the E-Spirit, the Ice Spirit, the Log. Everybody understands that you need that 400 chip, because games are always decided by 150 at the end of the game. So it's fun to cast a match where we don't actually know what's going to happen, you know, 30, 45 seconds in.
So when you see those 2 cards at the bottom of your screen, you think maybe, what, Royal Giant?
Yeah, RG, possibly like a weird Royal Hogs if he wants to, you know, bring that out. Yeah, this is one of those deck or card combinations that you actually don't know just yet. Oh, there we go.
Did call it. It is the Royal Hogs, and Fireball going to come in to help clean those up. Brawler in tow, and a nice King Tower activation early here for Tiago, and a lot more Firecracker today than we saw yesterday. I think we only saw her maybe 1 time yesterday, or maybe only, I guess it was maybe twice, because we saw Mohamed Light run the classic maybe Hog EQ Firecracker deck, but a lot more is the little 3 elixir lady that I'm a huge fan of. I think Firecracker is still one of my favorite cards in the game.
Yeah, it's probably the most annoying card that I'm completely okay with.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it.
Yeah, I don't think it's too powerful. There's lots of matchups where it's like, all right, this is getting literally negative value. It's allowing me to build pushes. It's allowing me to activate King Tower, but it still is just an obnoxious card.
Yeah, the bridge pressure that come in late when you're trying to defend, especially the Royal Hogs in this situation. And clearly, its most popular synergy has been with the Hog Rider. And right now, Tiago getting slightly overwhelmed. Not a bad defense, but you see that he is down in elixir now. That Hunter is going to be pretty negligible. And so Famouskid happy to set up with a flying machine that will take out the Hunter and in turn create a very small counter push.
So the deck that Famouskid is using often is, you know, E-Spirit, potentially Ice Spirit, but usually E-Spirit instead of Firecracker. So it's interesting to see him use the Firecracker instead. This is one of those matches where after the game, the only thing I want to do is message them directly and say, hey, what's the reasoning for this? I don't understand it, and I want to know. It's cool that he's swapping in Firecracker, but I don't get why. You already have the flying machine, you already have the fireball, arrows, the zappies, you have that air support, so it really shouldn't be necessary.
Yeah, that is a very curious thing. We had another situation similar yesterday when you were talking about Ian and his cannon placement. So looking here at this deck from Minikid, or Famouskid, a little different than what we're used to seeing, and the Firecracker showing up there. And on the other side of it, Tiago, when you talk about this deck from him, he's not really in a great spot matchup-wise, considering that his trying to get this value from the Mother Witch, but he can't do it. And then he's having a difficult time defending both lanes. As you can see, Famouskid kind of whittling down on either side with a pretty substantial lead, all things considered, since we haven't seen really any big breakthroughs.
Yeah, this matchup right here is, if this deck was more popular, the flying machine would be nerfed. Because when you go against these earthquake decks, you just can't take out the flying machines. You place it over the middle, and it's alive for 45 seconds, and hey, it's taken out, and oh my goodness, he already has a second one, and he's 2 cards away from a third one. So it's just an annoying card, especially in triple elixir.
And you can see now Famouskid pressing the issue to make sure that Hunter comes out in the opposite lane, which has really been the best response to these flying machines. Flying machine going to connect on the left-hand side? No, Mother Witch has to come down now, so that flying machine getting an insane amount of value. Tiago does go back up on offense and actually takes the lead just like that. Famouskid maybe getting just a bit too comfortable, lulling himself to sleep here. Needs to figure out how to take a little bit more damage off of his opponent.
Good, and that's the exact push that he should be making. Just get the overwhelm in 1494. The arrows will come down. Log plus Earthquake will make this close, but the flying machine might even lock on. Gets the... Okay, and there we go. 1255 will win it. I feel like Tiago played that match really well.
Yeah, I mean, it was...
eventually overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is it was just a really, really tough a deck to keep up with, especially when you talk about having to get on top of that flying machine, which is really the biggest threat. I mean, the hogs, when they're on the board, are the biggest threat, but really it's the flying machine, like you were spending a lot of time talking about, because it was like, how on earth does Tiago get on top of that? And then you have to still think about that Firecracker. So you have the recruits up high, the hogs behind, the flying machine in the center of the map, and then the Firecracker way off in no man's land, still getting shots through on your tower, still helping clean up your DPS troops that are playing defense. So really, really great stuff from Famouskid so far today. 4-1 on the day, 2 players eliminated, and then obviously Mohamed Light, Assaf, Mugi, and Ardentoas sit, wait, and wonder who they're going to be facing off, or who they could be facing off with in those grand finals. And of course, we haven't talked about it quite yet today, the potential of the Mohamed Light Moogie 2021 World Finals rematch is still very, very possible, and honestly pretty probable when you look at who they're playing. Not that Assaf and Ardentoas aren't great players, but more so how they have been playing, and 2 of them have been lights out all weekend long. And I'm pretty sure this is the moment now where I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. But first, let's maybe bring on Rich here when he gets back, and we could do some 3-man here and talk about maybe what he's found the most exciting so far on the day. What's up, man? What are you thinking about what we've seen in our first 4?
Man,
5, I guess.
Some of the finishes, obviously, the exact sort of thing that you want to see. I know we're in the elimination side right now, so there's a lot of stress on a lot of these players. I am really pumped to start getting into that upper bracket side where we see some of the big names start going head to head. Every step we take forward gets more and more stressful, and to me, that's when the most fun Clash Royale gets played.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. And then what are you thinking about Famouskid, man? He takes down Sandbox, he takes down Tiago. He's nothing but smiles. He's played through some bad moments. He's looking pretty dang good.
He's been good for a while. He's been, again, like a guy who's good, and there's good and then there's great. But greatness requires you have that moment. You have that breakout, that tournament. Could this be it? A lot left more to be decided. But right now, I can see in all the chats for this show right now, I can see a lot of people saying that they are now new Famouskid fans. So at the very minimum, he's winning over a lot of people watching today.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a lot of fun to watch. And again, that attitude that we've talked about for so long, and I'm sure, Josh, you know very familiarly how that can be, or I should say very intimately of, you know, when you're playing good, it's all smiles. But when you make mistakes and your opponent gets the best of you, staying positive, having a good time, that's when your best Clash Royale is being played.
So,
Go ahead.
with
go ahead,
that,
Josh.
a little baby story right here. You know, it was week 2 of the very first season in CRL, and we had started off 0-2, and that car ride on the way home, every single person was miserable. We had just lost 2 in a row. We were the worst team in the league. And so yes, having the mentality, it's so hard when you lose, and you lose bad, and to be able to come back from that.
Well, here we go into our next elimination match. Faust versus Demas. Both guys have been playing very well today so far, but of course only one gets to move forward from this point. Will it be the German, or will it be Demas who's able to keep himself in the mix here as we get closer and closer to those top prizes?
Demas going to be using the Minor Skeleton King Mortar. I've been kind of shocked. This might be the first Skeleton King. You know, I could be totally wrong with that, but we have not seen Skeleton King be popular for day 2. And, you know, it definitely seemed like, you know, without any major nerf, we should be seeing Skeleton King in every single set when it comes to duels. But right here, this is finally getting used. RG in the back by Faust. I love that. The way Faust plays Balloon and RG, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. He plays it correctly.
That little opportunistic Dart Goblin, you understand, hey, let's go get some value. Was that a bit of an overspend there with the Royal Giant on the board, or is he confident this mortar is enough to handle that defense?
Yeah, I think it's way too much. We see the E-Spirit getting way too much value. Fisherman on the left, Ghost on the right, Hunter on the left. He's getting way too much damage. And yeah, you can't play when you're down and your opponent is doing an RG in the back. You cannot play a Dark Goblin at the bridge. That just will never be the right play.
I think Demas knows that this is a GG here. He's going to go ahead and throw the minion horde on that right-hand side. Fireball should be, doesn't need it right now. Going to go ahead and play the Hunter instead. Man, yeah, that you saw that Dark Goblin come down the left-hand side, get some decent damage, but then you saw a healthy Royal Giant on the board and only 2 elixirs separating those two. So you did the math on that one, and that put Faust up on elixir, and Demas there just overextending a bit and paying the price for it on both sides.
Yeah, and when you're using a mortar deck with no big spell, you need to be creating pressure, because, you know, that way they can't set up that right RG push. They can't use the Fireball on the Minion Horde because they've used the Fireball on the Dark Goblin. So to use a card like the Dark Goblin on offense in that scenario, it just puts you, it just allows them to play such an easy game because they just know, hey, the game's over if I just, you know, build the right push.
And here we go. More damage on the right-hand side. Fireball will finish things off. GG. Well played. Faust making it look easy in game number 1. I mean, good matchup for him overall, but then, of course, putting yourself behind by Elixir against a active Royal Giant push. Never the exact thing that you love to see in those moments.
Yeah, the RG, I mean, that was such a simple game for him. He just, RG's in the back. He, you know, he allows his opponent. The mortar decks with Minion Horde and Dark Goblin and no big spell are very difficult to use. We see it right there. So many of your pushes are, you know, all of your potential pushes aren't the correct one. You always have 4, 5, 6 potential pushes with your hands. You have the Minion Horde Miner, you have the Miner Bats, you have the Miner Dark Goblin, but all of those, hey, if my opponent has Log or Arrows or Fireball, I'm spending 8, they're spending 4. I'm spending 6, they're spending 2. And so if you're spending 3, they're spending 0. It just puts you in these spots where you just can't defend. And so while I like those decks, you have to play it so perfectly that, you know, maybe we stay away from the Minion Horde variation of, you know, these kind of minor Skeleton King decks.
Yeah, maybe there might be more positive elixir trades against a Minion Horde than any other card in the deck. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, things a little bit different with the Fire Spirit change. Used to be that nice little 2 for 5, which was always fun to get, but still, tons of positive trades. It has its place, it seems, but it also seems like it has a place where maybe you don't do that in game number 1 when you haven't seen a lot of the best counters get played already. And that speaks to some of the challenges of properly preparing for your for a dual mode match. Is you go through, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, Josh, but decks that are do's and don'ts for game 1. Like, what are some decks maybe you think of that you would never play in game 1, or you don't like in game 1, or maybe cards, not decks, that you might find more powerful as you get the information for game 2 and game 3?
I definitely think that Royal Hogs are, the win condition that gets stronger as the sets go on. You can build, because you can build different types of Royal Hogs. You can go control. You can go like control overwhelm when you have Royal Recruits Royal Hogs. You can go control quick cycle. You have the Hunter plus Royal Hogs. You can go air, or you can go Earthquake or Fireball, or even Rocket Royal Hogs Mortar. So there's a lot of things available to you, and so that's why it's like the most fun to save Royal Hogs, because there's so much available to you as the set goes on.
So here we go, game number 2, Faust with a 1-game advantage. So match point and elimination point going towards Faust in this one. And you see Demas going drill wall breakers here in game number 2. Fireball and Log both out for Faust. Does give that a little bit extra value here, as it is Faust going, is this just straight up Lava Hound, or is this Lava Clone with the Skarmy Flying Machine and Bats?
Yeah, this is going to be Lava Clone. It's probably going to be Fireball. That's usually the variant that's currently ran, but when I say that, I think I might have been thinking about like the triple Elixir tournament, so I don't know if that's the correct version to use when it comes to comp. But I'm not a huge fan of using this. Everything is available to Demas when it comes to his deck. He loves NK, and the Musketeer always gets value in these kind of matchups. If you get the proper snipes with the Musketeer, and then you surround with bats correctly, and this Zap gets so much value. I don't like this deck choice from Faust. There's just no way that this is the correct thing to bring out in game number 2.
And you can see the big problems on that right-hand side as the tower goes down, courtesy of the Prince. Now, I mean, this is obviously a strange deck choice for Faust, but take a look at what he's stacking up right now. Lava Hound down, and now you have Baby Dragon, you have the Flying Machine, and now we're even on towers, and of course, out comes the big-time clone play, and I don't see that Zap anywhere from Demas. There we go, but still a ton on the board.
Yeah, there is a lot on the board. Even though the minions get caught, you're still in a prime position to win the game if you're Demas. He kind of defends it cleanly. This is going to take out the second Crown Tower. You're going to also have a little bit of pressure on the King Tower with the Ghost. And yes, you can put the Lava in front of your Baby Dragon, in front of your Flying Machine, but you just don't have the right answers to a Prince at the bridge, a Ghost at the bridge, with Zap and Cycle. Are we going to see the Zap? Not yet. Still no Zap right now. Is he going to play it? Will not, but we should be taking the Crown Tower out. Oh, but the King Tower.
Oh my gosh, will it happen? Faust able to take the tower. Even he can't believe it. What a crazy ending. Looked like Demas had it, but not able to get quite enough damage onto that King Tower, and Faust just pulls a fast one on Demas to knock him out of the tournament.
It kills me when these players get way too aggressive. He shouldn't be going for King Tower. All he needs to do is defend, defend, defend. He's still going in with the drill, wall breakers, Prince Bridge, Ghost Bridge. Doesn't have Zap and Cycle, so the Skarmy on top is getting way too much value. I don't understand why he's going for the King Tower. All he needs to do is cycle a Musketeer in the back, and it's game over like that. Instead, gets overwhelmed, and wow, I'm sick to my stomach watching him get the 3 crown right there.
Well, here we go. Let's look at the replay, and the clone came in really early. And this was interesting because he cloned super early, which meant that, and this was, you talk about the aggression, rather than using the Zap and shutting down the clone push He used the zap kind of late there on the, I think, the bats, and Demas not able to get the tower, and you see the result of that here. Does not work out in his favor, so let's keep taking a look at the brackets at the moment. You see Faust moving on, taking one step closer to working his way back up into that prize pool, that top 3, and maybe if he's lucky, into a golden ticket position.
Wow. Yeah. Gets the 2-0. It's like sort of clean 2-0 because he played well and he limited his mistakes. He allowed his opponent to get too aggressive. And yeah, he's in a prime position to, make the money and potentially, make that run for the top 2, grand final winner. But right here, Mohamed Light, Assaf, Moogie, Ardentoas, I don't know if I don't know if Mohamed Light or Moogie can get knocked off. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where you don't see it happening. Could it happen? Has it happened? Have they ever lost? Absolutely. But if you asked me, Josh, if you said you made me make a bet right now, betting my house, and I had to bet on whether one of those two guys loses right now, I definitely wouldn't bet on it.
Right. It just can't be the right play to do that. We see it right there, 72% win rate, 18-7, and yes, 18-9 is comparable. But we take a look at the 18-7 that Mohamed Light had. He was 7-0 in the in the day 1 phase 2. It was just domination. Every time he lost, it was kind of because of matchup, but he still played it well. Assaf has impressed me this tournament, and it's hard for newcomers to impress in their debuts when it comes to these kind of comps, but it's hard to go against Mohamed Light.
And well, it's an interesting question, right? Because we have 2 interesting matchups: Assaf versus Mo coming up now, and then of course Mugi and Ardentoas later. Who do you think is the bigger threat to the top player? Is Assaf? In my view, I think Assaf might be the bigger threat to Mo than Arden is to Mugi, but I'm curious to see if you see that the same way.
Yeah, I do. I think Assaf has a relatively okay chance of winning. And when it comes to chances of winning against Mohamed Light, relatively okay is pretty high compared to, most players. That's a strong answer for him.
Sure.
When it comes to Ardentoas,
okay.
yeah, when it comes to Ardentoas, he's played well. But you talked about it, I think it was you, where you said his bracket wasn't the most difficult. He
Sure.
hasn't gone through the big names. It hasn't been required of him to play perfectly. There's still a lot of pressure on him. When it comes to the pressure going against the big name players, when you haven't beat that one great player on your way, that first great player is always going to be one of the most difficult because you have that pressure on you.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting parts about it, right? Like, you put some context into this one too. Arden and Mugi, I don't think, have much of a history here. Assaf has some unfinished business with Mohamed Light. Assaf going into the last hour, I believe it was, or maybe into the last match, actually, of a ladder season was in number 1, and I believe that Mo. I can't remember if Mo just surpassed him or if Mo beat him, but either way, Assaf had number 1 on ladder sewn up, and Mo stole it from him in the last minute or 2 of a ladder season. So I know that Assaf feels like he has unfinished business and wants some revenge on Mohamed Light.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally get that. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. Okay, well, I was going to say it's so hard to get that number 1 finish on your profile. And then we look at, who stole the number 1, and he has so many number 1s on his profile that a new number 1 doesn't improve, what's on his profile. But yeah, Assaf wasn't able to get it there. It obviously isn't going to play into it where he tries harder or anything. But he would like to see justice when it comes to being able to win in the comp, because that's really what matters when it comes to CR.
And I see some people saying, hey, let's get to the game. Guys, we're not in charge of when the games start. We're just talking. As soon as the games are happening, they will be here on screen, I promise you. But we're here to make the wait between games just a little bit less painful, I guess, depending on whether you like us or not. So it really, I guess that could go either different way. You know, Assaf is known primarily as a drill player. Probably the best, but not really an argument, the best drill player in the game. We've seen some variation from him, though, this weekend. What are some things you want to see or expect to see out of Assaf in this matchup against Mo?
Let's see. What do I expect? I expect drill. I want to see him using his best decks. I think drill doesn't match up horribly against a player like Mohamed Light, where he's going to be running quick cycle. And right here, we do see lava. I like that first. Well, going against Hunter could make it a little bit more difficult. And especially when it throws out the well played, I want to say it could... Okay, I was going to say it could potentially even be something like 3 Musketeers Hunter. Instead, the Inferno Dragon will clean up the Giant Skeleton nicely. And I like that he just lets it roam free. He needs to get this push going in the beginning, and I like this push.
And now splitting the lanes here with the Miner plus Inferno Dragon to the left. Balloon uncontested to the right-hand side. E-Spirit to slow the damage down here a little bit, but while first blood drawn by Mohamed Light, first big shots here by Assaf, taking that lead right-hand tower down to 892 as we go past the first minute of play.
Yeah, huge opening push from Assaf right there. Balloon opposite lane, great. Doesn't even get the King Tower activated when the Fisherman was played. And yeah, he's in a great spot. Inferno Dragon, I mean, obviously he was okay if the Giant Skeleton gets to the Crown Tower. At the end of the day, you still have to build your push. But the Inferno Dragon was played exactly how it needs to. It gets the Giant Skeleton off the board just in time. And right there, I mean, just strong opening push. Depends what his next 2 cards are, but, you know, had he have something like Flying Machine, he would be in a really good spot. Otherwise, still in an okay one.
And Miner going right to the Hunter, trying to clear out the path. Giant Skeleton will help with the cleanup a little bit here, but, and again, same game plan here. You know, you play against Lava Loon players so much of the time, and it says Lava, Balloon, same lane, but Assaf is showing that next level of, you know, it hurts to say it a little bit, that next level of Lava gameplay, which is that split lane pressure and getting a real nice lead here, 45 seconds left. Keep in mind, everybody watching at home, this is not an elimination game, so not an elimination match. Both of these players have a life to give, so the loser will go into the elimination bracket and stay in the tournament. But man, the advantage you get as a winner would be huge, and right now, Assaf feeling pretty darn good about himself.
Yeah, he should lose this tower right here. Miner will be played almost perfectly. It would have been perfectly if the RG doesn't get that last shot, but he can't stop these pushes. He's getting so much damage every time he plays the Loon.
Earthquake in to take that tower down. Now things do get a little different here, Josh, as we go into our sudden death overtime period. 1271, certainly lots of damage, but the damage from Assaf is so much slower than that Pocket RG. And there you go, see Pocket Giant Skeleton here as well. A lot of danger here for Assaf.
Especially if you're going to miss the kite right there. Inferno Dragon will be able to walk, but even just an RG in the pocket, I like this pressure. He needs to be doing that. Barbs placed in the pocket. Can he stop this? E-Spirit will not jump onto it, and that could be towered down. Who knows?
That bomb down to 222. This next exchange is going to be massive. Now Miner goes to the inside corner. Hunter goes to the front to pick up. Balloon now, same direction, but Hunter's going to stop that Balloon. Can that Balloon get close enough? No, it cannot. And Assaf here. That was actually in range? Are you kidding me? I thought Assaf had just given up the game to Mohamed Light. I think Mo thought the same thing as well. And instead, we are going to game number 2 with match point going towards Assaf.
That is, look, he makes one mistake. And yes, the mistake is letting a Giant Skeleton onto your Crown Tower. That's pretty massive.
Yeah.
But Loon at the bridge, Pocket Barbarians, beautifully timed zaps, E-Spirit not connecting to the Loon when it's making its chain. A lot of things were happening, and Assaf was just putting himself in a position to win. The Loon in the pocket I just want to ask the question, did he know that it was going to be able to hit the tower? When it died, I know everybody in the world was thinking that it wasn't going to make it to the tower. Death damage was not going to be there, but it was. I'm shocked that it hits right there.
So here we go through the final chunks. You see everything get tied up. 2:22 left, and you can see, I guess we're going to go, yeah, they're going to give us a couple looks at this one. So the miner gets picked up by the hunter, just like perfect pick. And that's a 50-50 game, right? Miner either goes to the back and you miss it, or goes to the front 2 spots and you pick it up. That Royal Giant on tower, and it's so close, but man, that bomb, I guess, just got close enough, and that caught everybody by surprise. So crazy finish. I can see chat going nuts on all the different chats. Just can't even. Let's see what you got here. Yes, sir. What was that? Someone saying Mo is so unlucky. Let's see. Wow. Yeah, I always like a good wow here. Rage quit, says Clash Shorts. Yep, I understand that. We've all definitely made the rage quit there. Along what? Yeah, that's all the things you're feeling right now are the right feelings, and that's why Clash Royale is a game that you can't put down. That's why you got to keep on playing, is because things like that happen all the time.
Yeah, my heart hurts for Mohamed Light to lose in that fashion. I mean, gosh, that is, it's just the fact that it ends that way. I love the aggression, and I mean, both players played it right. He defends with the hunter on top of the miner. You know, potentially if he goes the hunter 2 tiles to the right, who knows? Maybe he gets that damage just a little bit faster. There's always something to improve on with your gameplay. Even Mohamed Light can make mistakes, and I'm not saying it was a mistake, but I'm saying potentially just, 1 tile placement off to the side could have changed the entire result. And yeah, I mean, just another reason why you should love Clash Royale.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you talk about mistakes changing that game, and the mistakes were really on ASAF's side with getting caught flat-footed against that giant skeleton and giving the full giant skeleton death bomb onto that tower. I mean, if you don't have that in the mix, then you don't have a game anywhere near as close as this one. So that certainly opened up the door a whole lot. Man, that was a back and forth. That's what you hope to see from 2 great players. And my big question here: Mo's been here a million times. He's been down. He's taken bad losses. Even though he wears his emotions on his face a little bit, we've never seen him have difficulty regrouping. It's not like he comes back and plays worse after a brutal loss like that. He stays dialed in. I'm very curious about the nerves on ASAF's side with so much on the line right now. A win here, a win in this next game, puts him so far ahead of the pack in terms of having a chance to make that money to qualify for the World Finals. Man, this is going to be a very curious game number 2.
And there we go, game number 2, starting it off with a drill. I love this deck choice from him. It's going to be interesting to see. I want to talk about Lava. The reason why I like it so much, yes, it's strong. Yes, it just beat Mohamed Light game number 1. And he made mistakes at the same time. He won while making mistakes. That's not something you often see against Mohamed Light. But on the flip side, you're also allowing yourself a ton of freedom. You've only used Zap. You've only used arrows. How many decks have Inferno Dragon in it? Not very many. And so it allows game 2 freedom, and then game 3, you still will have spells available to you. I love this. And then Mohamed Light, on the other hand, using SK Mortar, I love that as well.
So Assaf is known as top drill player in the world, continuously making top finishes on ladder, and went on a run last year of 4 finishes in a row that were all, I think it was 7, 3, 5, and 2, 4 months in a row as a drill player. So certainly phenomenal with this card in his hand. The big question here is what's the primary counter here from Mo? I feel like if this game is close going into triple elixir, that we're going to see a lot of drill plus fireball pushes to kind of try to just immediately counter the responses that Mo has to that drill.
Yeah, and right here, Minion Horde in this matchup will be getting a lot of value. The Minion Horde placed on top of the troops, on top of the Archer Queen, on top of the Valk, is always going to get value because you're trying to make those those drill fireball pushes. That is your win condition. That's how you get damage on top of the tower. So that allows the freedom for the minion horde to get so much value every time it's placed on the board, because you need that fireball for offense, and now you can only use it for defense.
Mo, at one point known as a mortar player, and of course you're seeing the mortar miner skills come out here on the right-hand side, double dropping Skarmy plus bats on that Archer Queen, because he knew that the log was the only real counter for that he had for those small troops. So Skarmy goes down, bats continue with the job. Here we go into the final 25 seconds of regulation play, and Mohamed Light putting on absolute pressure. Fireball to the right, and Skeleton King Skellies will not get the tower on the left, but the lead still remains for the Egyptian. 2007 on the right-hand tower, 10 seconds left in regulation.
Forcing out the guards in response instead of the mortar. You know you have your opponent in a bind when that's the response. Right there, Dark Goblin picking apart everything, taking it all out, and providing the Skeleton King with more deaths into it. And the Skeleton King getting a lot of value right there. Archer Queen will clean it up nicely, though. I expected a little bit more damage on the Archer Queen, so it's a good interaction for Assaf for it to still be at 85% health.
And she's going to force out bats, but not get much more than that. Miner to the right-hand side, Valken the bat, guards up high, all trying to catch. No catches available, though. 90 seconds left, and this is where we start seeing whether or not Assaf is able to really put the pressure on. So far, though, he's been on the back foot the entire way. Drill with the log prediction. Doesn't get much damage, though.
And Archer Queen will be able to pop its ability, but will it be enough? Valka on top will clean it up all nicely. But the bats are going to put in work. It's still going to take out their Archer Queen. It's still going to take out the support, so he can't make any type of counter push. Mohamed Light is playing this so well. Although, and then there we, oh my goodness. That is an unlucky interaction. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That was tough to watch.
Drill, Archer Queen in, bats on the left-hand side. Fireball trying to make room, and he tried to predict the minion horde on the Archer Queen, but Mo goes low with the minion horde, so that's a wasted fireball. That was a moment that was going to change this game one way or the other, and it might have just sealed the deal in game 2 for Mohamed Light.
You have 45 seconds left. What are you going to do? You have one opportunity. It's, can I predict this minion horde? At the same time, Mohamed Light knows that. There's a reason why he's considered the best. He places the minion horde off to the side. I love that play from Assaf. The Skeleton King was in the back. He could have gone in with a predictive log as well. You got to give yourself a chance. I love that he did that, but Mohamed Light, too smart, too talented.
Yep. And that's exactly it. Mohamed just a step ahead. And that's where you start getting, you talk about the layers and the levels to this game overall. When you get into the prediction, counter prediction game, right? It's I know what you know, what I'm going to do, so I'm going to play that next extra step ahead. And that's what we just saw right there. That was a swing moment. If Mo plays that minion horde on the Archer Queen, Fireball gets it for the +1 trade. AQ starts getting more room for the tower. We might be talking, I mean, you can't say that it would definitely turn the tide of the game all the way around, but most certainly would have opened up a big opportunity for Assaf.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all you can ask for when you have that kind of matchup. The Minion Horde, I talked so negatively about it in the previous, when it was previously used. Right there, it's showing why it's in the deck. When you get that kind of matchup, when your opponent does have the Archer Queen, they do have the Valk, it gets so much value. Even though Fireball is on the board, it forces them to choose. Do I want to use it on the Minion Horde? Do I want to use it on offense? And, sometimes it just puts them in such a bind where they use it on nothing, as we saw at the end of the game.
And yeah, that was the thing that we saw there. So game number 3 coming up next. It's not an elimination game. Again, reminder, folks, there's an upper and lower bracket. The winner here moves one step further down that upper bracket. The loser would go down and drop into the lower bracket. Now I'm going to go ahead and look up the bracket here in just a moment so I can actually figure out the precise matchups that we would be seeing in that case. But, man, this is a tight one. Josh, thoughts on what you expect to see here in game number 3?
So let's see. So Drill Fireball is out for Assaf. He can't use Lava. The other side, he can't use Miner Mortar. And then what did Mo use game 1?
What did Mo use game 1? That I don't remember. I do want to say, though, that as a reminder to clarify this, winner is guaranteed top 3 of this next game. So this next game is I think Andrew knows the exact prize pool. I know it's like I think it's like 30-20-10 or something like that, or 30-15-5. I don't remember.
30-15-5.
Yeah, so this is a $5,000 game of Clash Royale coming up next. The winner is guaranteed to make it into the top 3. So this is a $5,000 best of 1 coming up next.
Yeah, that's brutal. And yes, Mohamed Light did use RG. So RG taken out as well. There's still a lot available to both players. Assaf, man, it's so difficult. Assaf using Dark Goblin already. I wouldn't mind seeing bait be used. I think bait is always going to be, you know, a deck that can provide a lot of value. Although I will say, going against Mohamed Light with bait is kind of worrisome. A lot of the decks he uses, you know, we've seen him pull out the Hog Valkyrie, Firecracker deck in game 1 without using the hero. So using it against Mohamed Light is pretty scary. And he might be the only player where I say bait is not the correct play.
Double bait with mirror, or bait with mirror, will be fascinating here out of Assaf. Mohamed Light, you can see on the left-hand side, RG was the original deck played. Log, EQ both out, arrows out, so guessing Fireball here is part of this minor wall breakers, or this drill wall breakers deck.
And then I'm always a fan of drill being used in comp. I think so much of the time you're at least getting a 50-50. We saw in game 2, not always the case, but for the most part, it does have a lot of great, it does have a lot of great matchups. Right there, uses the delivery as well as the Skarmy. You're spending 6 elixir for 4, but also allowing the Magic Archer to stay alive and also allowing for it to get value. You don't have the right answer. You have to use the mirrored Royal Delivery, and it allows one wall breaker to connect on the opposite lane.
So decent damage here for Mo in the opening moments. Same mark on both sides, 26-35, as so far the towers of the Prince of Egypt untouched in both lanes. And that's the expectation that he might be up against NATO, which is why you saw Assaf go to the outside on that one. NATO could certainly be the last card here. And there you go. What a play by Mohamed Light. That NATO was absolutely clean. So Assaf had the right read, and his opponent uses it to absolutely decimate that defense and get a huge bunch of damage on that left-hand tower.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not a fan of this deck choice for game number 3. I just don't think it's ever the answer to use bait going against Mohamed Light. I think he's too talented. Too many of his decks match up well. And yeah, this game was pretty much, I mean, obviously definitely not over, but both his towers are under 2,000 HP. He's only done 600 HP in total, and he's playing a brilliant game. The Valk on top of all the goblins from the Goblin Barrel, and then the Valk on the opposite lane with the next barrel was able to catch them all when he played it in the back middle. So he's just playing too clean a game. This looks like this could be game over.
That was a nice bit of drill of Mighty Miner work to clean up the wall breakers and get some work on that Magic Archer. But this delivery not going to be able to stop those goblins hitting him. Man, this is the drill consistently getting touches for Mohamed Light as well. This looks like it's all sewn up. King Tower activation, and Assaf just needs to mentally regroup and get ready for his lower bracket fight.
Yeah, Mohamed Light all but guaranteed at this point. And the thing is, with Mohamed Light, he does it every once in a while. But, you know, he's one of those players where you don't even need to tell him to, you know, play safe. He's just going to play perfect throughout the match right there. Cleans it up nicely, doesn't get too aggressive, uses the NATO well, and takes the tower.
And rough outing for Assaf, but we've said that about a lot of people who play up against Mohamed Light. Prince of Egypt, now guaranteed prize pool, minimum 5K for One of the longtime best players in the game. Some would say the GOAT, definitely the BOAT. No questions there. And he'll be facing off against the winner of Moogie and Ardentoas. So we're a lot of people are now rooting. Even if you're an Ardentoas fan, it seems like you got to be rooting for Moogie to win this one, just so we see at least one, if not more, matchups between Mo and Moogie.
Yeah, anytime you have the opportunity to have, you know, two players of that caliber, you know, the Lucas, the Mohamed Light, the Moogie, the Samuel Basoto, all those players, whenever there's an opportunity for them to get matched up, you know, you know, as a selfish person, even if it's round one, I don't care. I want to see them get matched up against each other. It's great that we have that opportunity, but at the same time, Ardentoas doesn't care about, you know, the chat's opinions when it comes to that. He wants to move on.
Yeah, he most certainly does. Let's go ahead and bring in the third member of our squad here to round things out. Andrew, welcome on back to the booth. Man, it really looked like Assaf had things in game number one. Things got crazy. Game number two, things got crazier, and then in game number three, Mo did what Mo does.
Yeah, I mean, the nuclear bomb that balloon was carrying that Assaf decided to, I don't know if he jerry-rigged it, I don't know what he did, but I don't know how that balloon took that tower. And then, of course, Mohamed Light in game three, Assaf has played pretty much perfect Clash Royale, and he did put himself in a different league in that third game. It was just clean. We saw great plays. We saw Valkyrie cleanups on the barrels. It was just top to bottom why Mohamed Light is the best of, at least right now, like you said.
And here we go into our next matchup, Moogie versus Ardentoas. And again, as I said before, if you're an Arden fan, I see one person saying cheering for Arden. Says 8-bit Foxling. You gotta be. I mean, I think it's you and Ardentoas cheering for Arden right now, because I think the rest of the Clash Royale world wants to see Moogie and Mo.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that we don't want to see that rematch of World Finals, even though you want to have a very unbiased opinion here at the booth, unless you're Josh rooting for Moogie. It does feel like that World Finals rematch is what we all want to see, and honestly, it's probably what we will see based off of just the gameplay. It has nothing to do with who they're playing. It has everything to do with how they're playing, and we saw that in practice yesterday when it was the Moogie versus Wallace set that we all kind of look back as some of the best losing we've ever seen.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat now saying they're cheering for Arden, maybe just to go against the Moogie hype, and you know, if I don't need to hear Moogie from Josh or from RF in my ear ever again, that's absolutely fine. But of course, Moogie's one of the top players on the planet. Josh, what does Arden need to do to crack the code against Moogie?
Honestly, the way that Moogie's been playing, the easiest answer is getting great matchups. It comes down to, you know, playing those solid, you know, decks, the RGs, the Hog Giant Skeletons, the decks that have solid enough matchups, but also the potential to just hard counter if you play correctly. Those are the kind of decks that you want to be using, and I like this as a game number one against Moogie.
So here we go, game number one, and goes for the EQ on the Inferno Tower. How deep will the Giant Skeleton get? Well, not that far at all. Archer Queen plus Log, and this is going to be a fully healthy Archer Queen on the board. Some damage in for Arden, but a massive elixir lead for Moogie, countered by his own Archer Queen.
Yeah, that last shot right there, brilliant. Will we see the invisibility? We do see it right there. And then nice delivery, you know, wombo combo right there. Gonna allow the Royal Hogs to come down, and this is a lot of damage right there. Getting the tower all the way down to 1484, 1410, 500 HP separate into two, and he does have that Inferno Tower available. These RGs will be so difficult to actually get damage with. Now that he has that damage lead, he can kind of just set himself up, the log cycles, the earthquake cycles, and the deliveries on top. I love the situation for Moogie. This is why he's so difficult to beat. He's in such a good spot already.
And it's going to do a little time check here. My clock is at 1 minute and 5, 4, 3, 2,
Yes,
1.
perfect.
All right, cool. Just making sure that we're all on the same board here. The joys of remote casting with your whole team in different places around the country.
And there we go. We do see that push going down the lane. Giant Skeleton Bomb will hit the Inferno Tower, but it doesn't really matter. Are we going to see an answer right here? Hunter coming down, taking the tower completely out. Moogie, he does have a lot of responses, but they're just not strong enough. The Giant Skeleton, the RG, that combination is just so difficult. And these defenses are nice. The Log plus Hunter plus Giant Skeleton, it cleans it up so easily. And Ardentoas, a brilliant game 1 win. This is why you use decks like RG with Hunter, with Log. You have good matchups, pretty consistent.
Andrew, are you surprised here? It really looked at first like Moogie had this one rolled up, but Arden with some corrections, and next thing you know, it's Arden on top.
I didn't know that I could talk during this, so I was just listening. I'm honestly shocked, but I'm happy to see it, right? Because if there's anything that's going to make this set exciting, it's by going to a game 3 or by Arden getting a 2-0 sweep. I think if Moogie just came out and dominated back-to-back, yes, there'd be a lot of Moogie fans that were happy, but we want to see great Clash Royale, right? And seeing someone as young and as good as Ardentoas taking down our world champion is always an exciting thing to see in Clash Royale. It just goes to show anything can happen at any time in this game as long as you play very, very nice. And as Josh just said, you pick good decks, and that deck is really strong right now.
Josh, what made that second push work out different than the first one? Right, the first time we saw Arden stack up with the Giant Skeleton and the Royal Giant, the EQ in on the Inferno Tower, and it didn't just fail, but it failed spectacularly and set up Moogie for a pretty big counter push. What was different in the second time around?
I mean, it's as simple as single elixir versus double elixir. You know, in double elixir, you have that Giant Skeleton potential with, I can't place any troops on top. The Archer Queen, it has great DPS when it comes to, you know, even something like a Hog, but, you know, it doesn't really have great DPS against the bigger tanks. And that RG, once it gets on the tower, Archer Queen plus Log plus Skellies, even with all that on the field, it'll still get that 1 or 2 shots. When you have the Giant Skeleton protecting it, that 1 or 2 shots becomes 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, and tower's gone.
Tower's gone indeed. So game number 1, it's the RG Giant Skeleton played by Ardentoas, and the Royal Hogs AQ played on the side of Moogie. You know, going into game number 2, the RG Giant Skeleton, Josh, you talked about that being a great deck pick, a deck pick that you like. Where does this put Arden in for game 2?
Let's see. So RG is off the board. You know, there's a lot of things available to him. We could see, you know, the swap. You have that trifecta of, you know, the lava, the golem, the bait. Okay, actually, I don't know what a quad feed, and also the drill.
A quartet?
Yeah.
If you will.
There
A quartet, if you will.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. So you have that
Did you ever
quartet.
see Titanic?
No.
It doesn't end well for the quartet.
Yeah, no. I don't know if you know this, but the ship sinks at the end. It's kind of a problem.
I feel like I no longer need to watch that movie then.
Pretty much.
But so you have those.
Go ahead,
you
Josh.
can go. Yeah, okay. You have those that quartet of decks. I'd like to see that in game number 2 or game number 3, where it allows like a lot of freedom when it comes to the game 2 or game 3, where you can just have that best deck available to you. RG game 1 is solid. You know, minor mortar or like a mortar graveyard. We haven't seen graveyard very often in day 2.
Andrew, I always wanted to set you up here. Does Josh need to watch Titanic or not?
I mean, it's a classic. You should definitely watch it. I mean, most James Cameron films need to be seen at least once, and Titanic is no exception, even though maybe it's not quite the movie for you, Josh, but it's a movie you'll love. What I was going to say, though, as we hop into game number too is just, you know, Josh, you talked about it earlier, starting your set with Royal Hogs, not always the best thing to do, and we're watching our world champion really struggle with exactly what you talked about instead of building towards Royal Hogs once you know things aren't available. So hopefully his deck choice will be a bit stronger here in game number 2, already looking like it could be Mortar Miner.
Bats to the right-hand side, and Bat does get a little nibble on that right-hand tower, and Ardentoas with the Skeleton King. Archer Queen, as you can see, out on both sides. EQ out on both sides. A lot of similarities in what's available from both these players. And the defensive poison right into the Skeleton King plus Musketeer. So Moogie steps ahead of Ardentoas at the moment.
If Ardentoas is using Log, Fireball, Mortar as his last 3 cards, I love exactly what he's doing. That Skeleton King version of the Mortar is probably my favorite right now. I think it's so strong. The Skarmy, especially, you know, when it's Miner Fireball, the game is already won. When it's Miner Poison, it's still a 50-50 match. So I love this deck choice from Ardentoas. It's exactly what you need to do, and he's in a good spot so far, you know, already up 500 HP.
Passing the midway point of regulation time, and up he is. Miner to the front this time with the snowball prediction onto the Skarmy, and that's going to be a nice little chunk of damage here. Not only chunk of damage, but look at the elixir difference. Up about 1.5 right now is Moogie, plus now the damage lead.
And you talk about the confidence of that type of move being played by Moogie, just going, look, man, I know exactly what you're going to do and when you're going to do it. But conversely, you look at Ardentoas doing something that a lot of players do, where after they take a lot of damage or after they get a predict played on them, they go heavy on the offensive, but he didn't overspend. He also took a look at the cycle, thought about what Moogie had as a response, and gets a ton of damage off of a Bats Miner push.
And that's 5 elixirs spent to get a lot, and of course, you're even happy to have that Bats Miner push get shut down a bit when you're running Skeleton King. And now it's time for some snowball work out of Arden as well. So variations on a theme on both sides of the board for the consensus world, for the defending world champion, and for Arden, who, keep this in mind, who performed very well in the final 2, made it to the last of our monthly qualifiers last year, a young man who many people say would have made World Finals if he were old enough to compete in the first 6 qualifying events.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a guy that after you watched him play that week, I should say, or that month, it was, all right, I'm excited to see where he's going to go in his career. And right now, again, up by over 1,000 HP on our defending world champion. And Josh has just gone radio silent because he's so devastated that Moogie's about to get swept by a quote-unquote rookie.
Josh, are you okay?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm not really having any fun. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to get swapped out after this game, but regardless if I'm supposed to or not, I am swapping myself out. Ardentoas is playing this magnificently. Moogie is making a few mistakes. We saw the bats get cycled, and then he goes aggressive opposite lane. He's not locking onto tower. The guards are putting in work, but we're still seeing a lot of damage when he goes in with the Miner Snowball, the Miner Poison. Ardentoas, if I couldn't see the names, I would say, wow, Moogie's doing great. I mean, this level of gameplay is exactly what you need to be doing if you're going to be playing against Moogie or the Mohamed Lights.
And Valk does take care of some business. Now Miner onto the bats with the snowball in behind. The Poison not getting the Musketeer, but getting some tower damage, and Skeletons to the right, Miner to the left. And bad news for Moogie as he misses that Miner pickup, but the guards will go ahead and help with the Musketeer. This is getting very tight, Andrew, in the last 35 seconds.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Moogie's made a great effort here on the left-hand side to kind of come back. Ardentoas using that left-hand tower to min-max a bit, and now realizing he's going to have to play some catch-up. Guards are going to come in, great poison value there, and now Ardentoas is going hyper-aggressive, going, look, I was doing something before that was working really well, and I stopped doing that. I need to go back to being hyper-aggressive, and he will end up taking the game here. Miner's on the tower. Poison is... oh, man. That Valkyrie got dangerously close.
And now Poison in. Miner not going to damage fast enough. And that's going to be Ardentoas with the 2-0 sweep against the world champion. $5,000 and a matchup against Mohamed Light to make his way into our golden ticket final.
Ardentoas just making us eat our words. He 2-1 Herald. Okay. 2-1 Tiago. All right. Or 2-0 Tiago. No problem. 2-0 on Mugi. All right. I got nothing else to say, man. Congratulations. You are playing some insane Clash Royale.
And let's go ahead and everyone have a moment of silence for Josh as he needs to go and emotionally regroup for a couple of matches.
Okay, wait. Before I leave, I will say
I love
this.
you, Moogie.
I will say this. That was start to finish, probably the best set from a player that I've seen. When it comes to overall sets, that Wallace Moogie set, I think it was the best overall set. But when it comes to just as an individual player, how did he perform? How did he choose decks? How did he set himself up for success? I mean, everything across the board was perfect.
And you see Moogie not eliminated, will be appearing in our lower bracket against Faust to stay alive, but now his road to the championship much, much longer. Has to beat Faust, then would have to go against the winner of Assaf and Famouskid, and then go back and play against the loser between Ardentoas and Mohamed Light. So if you want to see that Mo versus Moogie matchup, you have to cross your fingers a bit and wait for a little while. Not an easy road here for the defending world champion.
No, not at all. I mean, we talk about this every single time that we're talking about a top-level competition now because they're all, or have all been double elimination for quite a while now. No matter who you are, having to beat the person who has played the best all weekend back-to-back is near impossible. And, it's one of those things that we mentioned yesterday is, just because someone is really good for a very long time, I'd rather take the guy that's been better today. This is a momentum game, so now we're going to go into Assaf versus Famouskid. This should be a really interesting one, Rich. As Josh is recollecting himself, you and I can take the next couple. Assaf, pretty much untouchable until he ran into Mo. Great set between him and Mohamed Light, and then he got kind of Mo-mode in game number 3. Famouskid has had a lot more adversity, it feels like, in the sense that his sets have felt like, oh man, this could go either way. Whereas with Assaf, it felt like he was dominating up until he lost.
Yeah, I mean, there was some of that. And then also, when you are playing against Mohamed Light, you certainly feel the need to bring your best stuff. But your best stuff is often going to be something that Mo and his team figure out how to prepare against deck-wise. So there's the challenge there. You have two guys who've been playing confident all weekend, who've been playing great all weekend. Different roads to get to this point here for Assaf and Famouskid. But this is a matchup here where I know I'm personally excited. The play style for both these guys is really fun, very exciting. And, of course, either one going on is, I think, a big joy for everyone viewing at home.
Definitely. I mean, you heard how many people Famouskid had kind of won over today. Assaf already has a lot of people in his corner. And remember, this is how these two started their tournaments this weekend. It was the 2-0 win, Assaf over Famouskid to start their runs here that immediately sent Famouskid down. But I do feel like this is a much more comfortable and a much more confident Famouskid than we've seen at all this weekend right now. And then conversely, this is probably the least confident that Assaf has felt all weekend because he's just walking away from a loss. I bet you, though, he's still feeling pretty dang good because he played great against Mohamed. It was just, that game 3 was kind of what you expect.
Yeah, that was some of the hard stuff there. And you do talk about that comments. We mentioned it a bunch this weekend. Momentum is obviously a critical one. My concern here when we talk about that mentality is obviously Famouskid feeling great mentally this whole way through. It's that Assaf just kind of probably felt like he had that last one. He was in a good position to go ahead and take the match off of Mohamed Light and move into that winner's bracket final. I'm a little bit concerned about the mental recovery from feeling like you're in such a good spot to having the table flipped on you so much to go and regroup with a very short amount of time, only one match between to get ready for the Famouskid match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting when you talk about tilts in Clash Royale, and I'll talk more personally than professionally just because I know how I feel. But, when I've gone through these ladder runs, let's say, where I've won, let's say 8 in a row, 10 in a row, and it's been a great, great run. And then I'll lose one game by 20 HP, one interaction. And for some reason, that one game loss is more impactful than the 10 that I just won because I felt like I should have won that last game. So this is where you're talking about that mental fortitude, that mental fruition, all of that coming through and shining because you have to have that at the highest level. You're going to lose. It's all about bouncing back because things are double elimination.
Yeah, and that's the real hard part here. And you talked about that same thing, right? You easily forget the 10 in a row, and then one. You know, I don't know what tilts me more, right? Losing a close match or getting a bad matchup and the guy BMs his way through the bad matchup. Yeah, whichever one. Slayton definitely will come in and have some struggles, but hopefully these guys who are playing at the highest level will have some more resilience in the face of that kind of adversity.
I will say, as we're getting through the first minute of gameplay here, that the BM is something that I kind of love to see at the highest level, but I'm also really happy that I haven't seen it at all this weekend. I think it's just been nothing but respect from competitors back and forth and just top-tier gameplay, so I definitely go both ways on the BM category, but I'm okay with where we've been at with the Queso Cup.
And the Ghost plus...
Ooh.
Oh, and you see the sort of the fight there over that Musketeer, right? The Ghost plus Log nearly getting the Musketeer taking care of business, and Famouskid saying no, she's going to go across the board and put some more pressure on. Only one shot, but 23-12. Very important damage on that left-hand lane.
Yeah, and this balloon will get a drop on the right-hand side, taking that to the lower of the two towers, but not the lowest tower on the board. 50 HP-ish, separating the two. I think it's 48 if I can do math. But then that Mighty Miner getting on. Mighty Miner damage stacks up so fast, man.
That's, I mean, I was going to say the same thing. It's like an Inferno Dragon on steroids when it actually connects.
Yeah.
The speed of that damage is so crazy. Obviously, a little bit easier to block than the Inferno Dragon in some cases. But, man, he does some damage quick.
And I've seen, even at the highest level, someone letting a Mighty Miner go completely untouched with like half HP crossing the river. That's enough to take your tower. So, again, something you have to be really cognizant of as we see Assaf rocking this deck with, you know, no true big spell and no NATO, but having no issues.
Yeah, he would have loved to have something there to protect that Magic Archer, and that Magic Archer could be the difference if this right-hand tower goes down. Snowball in, defensive drill out of Assaf. He had to play that defensive drill. He knew there was no other opportunity, and now this push has to be respected, and Assaf is going to put pressure on that left-hand lane. So everything played the right way there by Assaf, but this is going to come down to one small mistake on either side.
Such a great way to put that this push had to be respected, because that's exactly what Assaf was trying to do. Make you respect this push on the right, and he did by putting that bomb tower down, because the most dangerous thing about that push was the fact that the Mighty Miner could have swapped lanes and taken a tower. So really heads up stuff there from Famouskid, who was just hanging on by a thread, but still 485 and 135. Not a lot separating these two.
He has the E-Wiz here. Miner goes to the back, not to the E-Wiz. Drill is not going to be able to go in defensively. So can this drill beat out the loon? And it can't. Famouskid winning that one by 110 HP. What a nail biter, and another brilliant performance from Famouskid.
And you see there, Assaf just kind of closes his eyes and tries not to let it go to his head, because, oh my goodness, what a beautiful turnaround, come from behind win from Famouskid. And we've seen that from him numerous times this weekend. He does not give up, even when it feels impossible to win. And even in that case where it was like, all right, the only way you're going to win this is by taking that tower that's got less than 500 HP. He goes, you know what? No, I know how the macro of Clash Royale works. I see this counter push coming in, and then the ability to take that E-Wiz out of play once it got touched, plus the arrows, plus the snowball. Beautiful, beautiful late game adjustment. And that one, Rich, if he wasn't already tilted, that tilted our friend Assaf.
Yeah. I mean, well, I know the feeling he probably had when he had that left-hand tower ready to go down, but couldn't protect the Magic Archer, right? Because normally that deck would run a Snowball or a NATO or something that protects that Magic Archer. The inability to keep him on the board, a couple times there too recently, they're going, but I want to line these up, because that's what Magic Archers do, is they line things up and they go, and he couldn't do it because there's no NATO. I think that if there's any emotion there besides the feeling of like having it and then losing it, it's having it and knowing that if you were playing the deck that you normally run, that you definitely would have had the game. But because of the way dual mode works, you made a choice that took that out of your hands.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the one of my favorite things about dual mode is, look, we know what the best version of this deck is, but what's the best version of this deck in duel mode against this specific player? And you talk about, you know, hindsight is 2020. Having that NATO in there would have been so nice for Assaf. He did use the defensive Goblin Drill, and we saw that pay off, but just great stuff from Famouskid late game. And, you know, I said this about Morten in our very first episode of 3 Crowns, and obviously picking apart or giving any advice to Morten's game is completely unsolicited and unnecessary from me. But after watching Famouskid play all weekend, I would echo the same sentiment, which is, you know, he has really great late game. You've seen it with all these come from behind wins. He just needs to slow down a little bit up top, breathe a little bit, and realize he's got 5 full minutes to do what he does best. So I'd love to see him just kind of pump the brakes now that he's building his confidence.
You heard Andrew mention 3 Crowns. I'm spamming that link in the YouTube chat right now. 3 Crowns, the new bi-weekly Clash Royale esports talk show with myself, Andrew Guy, Joshua AC Sharon, and Eric EB7 Benemu, where each week we break down results of recent events, upcoming events and opportunities for you to compete in competitive Clash Royale and CRL and beyond. And we have some interviews on there. We just had an interview with Wallace this last week. Lots of fun stuff on that show. So the link is in the chat right now. I'm going to spam it 3 more times here on the YouTube side, so you can go ahead and find that. That is on the official Clash Royale esports YouTube page, for those of you guys trying to find that at home. So you can go ahead there and find it as well. A couple times a month, get the big updates. And speaking of big updates, while we are nearing the end of the Queso Cup Golden Edition, there is another golden ticket on the line right now that you can qualify for watching at home. That's the Snapdragon Pro Series Europe, Middle East, and North Africa qualifiers happening right now. So go ahead, go to SnapdragonProSeries.com. There are 3 more open qualifiers. You can win a qualifier and guarantee yourself a spot in the finals. And of course, you can also gain points over those 3 and put yourself in contention for that top 16, $60,000, and a golden ticket on the line for that one.
Yeah, 3 Crowns has been a blast. Our first episode, we broke down the meta since we had the new card added in and a new balance change list. And of course, on the second episode, we had a lot of fun. We haven't had the whole crew because we had travels, we've had broken noses and all that. But 3 Crowns has been covering a lot of stuff. And I think the most important thing that you just said there, Rich, is so many people still on Twitter, even here in the YouTube and Twitch chats, they've been wondering about how they can get more involved in the competitive scene, since everyone can get involved in the competitive scene. And 3 Crowns is a great way for you guys to learn all that information. So here we go. Game number 2. The big question is where is Assaf's mind?
Yeah, that is the only question, I think. And, you know, this is another kind of interesting mind game here. We have not had a staring contest yet today. Here we find ourselves in a big wait, and you can see Famouskid kind of wiping the sweat off his brow. Assaf not really wearing his emotions on his sleeve throughout this day, but you can imagine that both. There you go. There's a little sweat coming off the brow of Assaf as well. I don't know who he's maybe yelling at somebody to be quiet while he tries to focus on the game. But this is a stressful moment for these 2 players.
Definitely, and with only 20 seconds remaining here in regulation, you have to imagine they're both going big. Josh called it out earlier today with our little stop and stares, but you'd want to play it around like 30 seconds in, get some chip damage here, because so many games are decided by so little damage. A good luck comes out here from Famouskid because he knows it's time to get to the action, but what are they going to play? Dark Prince out on one side, Minions on the other.
Very interesting. So I think maybe you have a situation where neither one liked their cycle, and so they made some choices based off of not really happy with what they had in hand. Maybe they felt like all their defensive counters were in hand rather than their... Oh, and there you go. Going to be RG at the bridge. Is there Fireball for Famouskid, or did he already use it? Let me go ahead and take a look at what that last deck was. But that's a huge chunk of damage, Andrew, on that right-hand side.
It sure is, but you look at this push coming in on the left-hand side. That Dark Prince is getting splash damage in there. Archer Queen's still alive. Ability pops, and Assaf. I was going to say, you know, Assaf had a good play on that right-hand side to get damage in, but he spent a lot. It was a balloon plus arrows plus zap to get that damage in, which just means there's going to be so much elixir available on the other side for his opponent and no elixir available for him to defend. So we'll see how he wants to play out the rest of this being down by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage and a lot of elixir as well. I don't know what the plan is here on Assaf's side. And, we talked about tilt, Andrew. That felt like a tilt play. It was, hey, I just lost a really brutal game. I just lost a really brutal match, and that's going to be a GG, a well played. Famouskid running through Assaf like a hot knife through butter. What a total change of fortunes for Assaf over the course of 2 matches.
That is a very, very good way to sum it up. I mean, 2 sets in a row, he just gets kind of, not bodied in the first one, but definitely here in the second one. Famouskid just had his number, and you and I talked so much about the mental, and I think we could really see it in practice there, or in play, I should say, not even in practice, but in play there from Assaf. The balloon at the bridge naked, I don't mind it. I don't actually think it's a bad play because the Archer Queen is out of cycle on the other side of the board. However, the arrows plus the balloon plus the zap just to take out a Mother Witch when there's no swarm units coming down the lane, no hog is going to spawn from that balloon going down, or at least nothing that you really have to worry about. I think you put that balloon at the bridge, you get 1 drop, I think, still. The Mother Witch comes down and gets a little bit of damage on tower, but you can defend in the opposite lane. And I do believe that was just evidence of the tilt going on with Assaf.
And you see Famouskid moving on. He'll face the winner of Moogie versus Faust coming up in just a moment here. Assaf, unceremonious exit a little earlier than he felt like. We talked about tilt, and I see people in the Twitch chat talking about tilt quite a bit. Over here. It's really interesting to see the difference in the takes from the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat, where the YouTube chat is all like, he got rocked, and the Twitch chat is like, man, he was like, the tilt got to him. So totally different, right. Totally different kind of focus on maybe how the game shakes out from these two. But yeah, Assaf out. We'll see him back, of course, in more events as well. I believe, I'm not sure for sure. I believe he already qualified. Or is at least in the running for qualifying for Snapdragon. So we might be seeing him back in that Europe, Middle East, North Africa region as well. But at the moment, it's Famouskid who continues this really great run today. Now he's going to have a tough one, though, because whether he gets Faust or Moogie next, either way, he's getting an absolute beast in his next matchup.
Yeah, and they're the 2 guys you're just talking about, Faust and Moogie. Moogie finally finds some losses to a sweep by Ardentoas. A big surprise there, a big upset there. David walks away, Goliath falls down to the elimination side, and Faust is a guy that, coming into this competition, I know I've said it so many times now, I'm sounding like a broken record, but he was almost the other top seed, him and Mohamed Light, and then you saw him getting his revenge today against Wallace, and still alive, still pushing on through. And the same question comes out here that we just talked about with Assaf. Although I do think Moogie will have a better grasp over his mental state than Assaf did in this set, just because of the experience and the fact that he's already won the World Championship.
Yeah, that's certainly a big difference between those two. You talk about Faust, you have to talk about a phrase that you like a lot, which is iron sharpens iron. And I don't even know if that's factually true, if iron does sharpen iron, or if that's just an emotional, like a good saying. But either way, the saying is there, and you talk about the iron that Faust has been sharpened on, has been teammates from the national side with Morton, OP, Sam, Schwarzen, like just a murderer's row out of Germany. So you understand from a training perspective why Faust is so good.
Definitely. I mean, you talk about playing with that level of people to practice with on the daily, and I'm sure there was a long time where Faust was just losing 80-90% of those BO3s, right? But that's the only way that you can get to this level and then do what we've seen him do so far. Not only recollect the mental and be okay here in the elimination, go back up against a guy who beat you in the qualifiers last weekend in Wallace. I'm excited about Faust. I love watching him play. I like his mentality. I like his play style. And I think just like a lot of these people that we've seen so far in this competition, Famouskid, Faust, Ardentoas, we're going to be seeing a lot more of them in time to come.
Oh, yeah, no questions asked. And I see the people in the chat asking, is Morton playing? The qualifiers for this event were some of the more brutal qualifiers we've ever seen. It was a very tight window, and Morton didn't qualify for this one. But he is currently on the point leaderboard for the 10 non-auto qualifying spots to Snapdragon. He's currently in the number 4th spot on that leaderboard. So I would expect that Morten will qualify for the Snapdragon Pro Series finals for Europe, Middle East, North Africa. Of course, still 3 more of those qualifiers to go, but if you're going, where's Morten? Well, you'll probably see him pretty soon.
So looking like we could see our first appearance of Graveyard today. And depending on what Faust has rocking as his big spell, it's usually coupled with Fireball when you see the combination that we see so far with this Mortar deck. But honestly, Poison has just been showing up more and more. It does look like it's probably GY he's going up against, but still, we've seen this combination with other win conditions as well.
And do you want to answer this question on either plays in the YouTube chat asking how did Moogie get second chance for losing once? This is a double elimination bracket, so Moogie lost in the upper bracket where he had not lost yet. You have to lose twice to lose in this tournament. So Moogie had not lost yet. He lost. Now he's down here against Faust. This, though, is an elimination match. Both players having lost a match at some point throughout their tournament so far. So loser leaves town. Winner goes on to face Famouskid for a shot at the top 3.
Yeah, Moogie took down Wallace 2-1, sending him down to the lower side, and then took down Sandbox 2-0, and then we just saw him go 0-2 against Ardentoas. And there's our first Graveyard of the day. A little early on the pull, but I guess maybe he's actually looking to get the damage from the Baby Dragon here, and the Skeletons to distract. Baby Dragon also getting on top of the guards, cleaning them off, and going to get another shot on tower, but that Valkyrie has to come down, so really great pressure there from Moogie, although I think he forgot about that mortar on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, maybe. And now down to 18-14 on that right-hand side as we go into the final 30 seconds of our regulation play.
Yeah, and that was a tough defense there. You saw the Valkyrie get cycled early. Miner goes to the safe spot. You get the high Ice Wiz on top, but that allows the Ice Wizard to take the damage from the Miner. The overspend coming in from Moogie and the Fire Spirit came in and got splash damage in. So all that went bad for our world champion.
Miner gets picked up this time by the Ice Wizard. Final few seconds before sudden death overtime, and right now Faust in a really good spot against this Graveyard deck. And you know, it's interesting. It does feel like for Moogie to get good damage, either Faust is going to have to overspend, or Moogie's going to have to overspend. So either way, it's going to be a tough outing for Moogie to get back in this game.
And here we go. This is Moogie's kind of window of opportunity, but he doesn't have enough elixir to get that poison in early enough. Now the poison comes down, but the guards have already put in a great amount of work. Now they fall off the board. Princess Tower is distracted, takes some good damage, and then another high mortar here. So Moogie is starting to feel this game tip in his direction. I won't even say favor yet.
I don't know if Faust needed that log. I'd have to look a little bit closer on the replay to see if there were still skeletons in the mix with a Baby Dragon tanking, but that 2 elixir could be absolutely critical, and that's what, as a Graveyard player, you want, right? You want your opponent to spend just an extra 1 or 2 elixir here out of fear of that Graveyard. And right now, you're starting to see the momentum begin, as you said, starting to shift the direction of Mohamed Light. This high mortar, nope, not going to get on tower here as the cage picks it up, but still creeping back in is the defending world champion.
And you see there Moogie getting that Valkyrie down quickly. It should pull. Yes, it does. It does pull the aggro there from the mortar. It looked like it was really close to the tower. Now he finally gets the King Tower activation. Mortar still distracted. High Ice Wizard here. All things going correctly for Moogie as he is really coming back into this game, because you have to think if the only damage that's coming in is miners, he's got probably 2 more Graveyards he can get out. And there's the first.
NATO trying to pull in for some extra damage. Log does clean up this time. Valk still working, and now pressure just on. No NATO. Ice Wiz picks up on that miner. This does make things interesting. Graveyard in. Baby Dragon tanking. Archer Queen goes towards the Baby Dragon. Log to clear some things off. Poison. NATO damage extra. Can the Skellies get in? They cannot. Faust taking game number 1, and he is 1 away from eliminating the defending world champion.
Yeah, that's the key word right there, right? Eliminating the world champion, and Moogie had a lot of difficulty keeping up there, making some small micro interaction misplays, and we actually saw a decent amount of that, I'd say, last month at Brenchong Golden Edition, and that was something that we didn't see at all yesterday. So maybe Moogie sitting back for as long as he had to today. Maybe he felt a little rusty coming in, and now he's gone 0-3 in his last 3 games, and he needs to come back and win 2 in a row, or else he's going to have to say goodbye to to another month of competition and another golden ticket. This is a very interesting spot. And if you're Faust, you got to be feeling great. You played that excellent, and even when you started to make a little bit of mistakes, maybe you started to just overspend just a little bit, you were still able to keep that win.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, the feeling that Faust has to have right now has got to be pretty good. Of course, Moogie, as we talked about with Mo, you don't get to a World Championship without coming up from behind a few times, so certainly has the opportunity to make that happen. What are your thoughts, Andrew, on the deck choice out of Moogie? Kind of an old variation of Splash Yard, if you want to call it that, out of Moogie. Kind of felt like, I don't know what he was going for there with this fairly outdated take on Graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the real biggest change that we see is either the Skeleton King is in there for Valkyrie, or you've got the Tombstone in there instead of the Goblin Cage. And either one of those would have been better. Either one of those would have helped him speed up his cycle just a little bit or create a little bit more offensive pressure. I am not sure why Moogie wanted to run this, and it's hard for me to tell him that, like, hey, man, you should be running this deck. It's more popular right now. I mean, maybe he thought that the defense was going to be better. Maybe he thought that Goblin Brawler would create just a little bit more pressure. But honestly, there's a reason why we're not seeing that version as much anymore. There's a reason why we're seeing the other two that I'm talking about. And I think that's a really great point that you bring up, because the biggest problem with Moogie was I cannot keep up with this cycle. I cannot. You know how quick that deck cycles, especially in double and triple, especially when that AQ is on the board. And that also lends itself to the conversation. You don't have the single target DPS that you need to take out the Archer Queen as quickly as you'd like, which means your opponent is really just being able to fly through their cycle and always pressure you with mortars, because that's the biggest thing that you want to do, is be able to keep that pressure up with the mortar so your opponent isn't able to build that massive graveyard push. And then the cleanup with the guards, it's so easy because you know your opponent had to overspend at the bridge. They don't have enough elixir to poison.
So game number one goes to Faust playing Mortar Miner with Archer Queen. Fireball and Log being the spells he used. Now keep this in mind, Andrew. We talked about maybe the strange deck choice, kind of going to old school. Did Moogie no champions used in game number one? And we've seen that before this weekend, trying to make game number 2 or 3 harder to game plan around. And now we see the choice coming out with the Archer Queen game 2. Maybe going RG here with Electro Spirit. We'll see what the choice is. And Faust wasting no time lightning that off the board.
Yeah, very happy to take that value, and it is looking more and more like RG now that we see that Fish Boy come out. And yeah, it's an interesting conversation. Like, I don't think that you 100% should use all 3 champions in every single set, or you should use 3 champions in every set, but I do probably think that you should be able to find 2 decks that use the Archer Queen in one, and then the other one has one of the other 3, depending on your play style. And then you have maybe one deck that's just something that's from the old meta or old archetypes that you're really good with. I do think that underutilizing champions puts yourself in a bad position.
So here we go. Royal Giant on tower. Archer Queen trying to work, and she does come back visible just in time to avoid the Dark Prince connection. Either way, damage done. 21-21 on the right-hand tower, halfway through regulation time, and Faust in a commanding lead.
And that's another situation that I'm talking about here, where Moogie's micro is just not where it was yesterday. That log was unnecessary. Yes, the Archer Queen would have died, but it would have taken care of the Dark Prince. The Archer Queen died anyway. She did get one shot, but you see how far down in elixir he is. And so now we talk about Royal Giant on the board and then you getting hyper aggressive. So this is interesting because that Royal Ghost is going to take the pull, and the RG should get a lot of damage in, but you wonder how much Faust is going to punish him.
Well, Hunter on the right-hand side. Does he protect the Hunter with something? Yes, he does. So Fishboy does not get involved with that Hunter. Really beautiful defense here by Moogie on that right-hand side, but what can he do second time around? Lightning takes care of the Fisherman early. That's going to be towered down on the right-hand side. The big question now is, can Faust hold on for these next 30 seconds? Big push on the board, and that log making a ton of room for the Royal Giant.
Yeah, that Dark Prince, though, just putting in work for Faust. The fact that it did not clean the Dark Prince off the board meant that that AQ could go down and that tower stayed alive. 20 seconds remain. This will most likely be a 2-tower game unless Faust pulls off a miracle. I don't know if it'll be a lightning block. I don't know what it would be, but I know that he is probably just going to reset and try to use that elixir advantage and go opposite lane.
Fireball takes care of business. Here we go. Right now, you think about the pocket, more damage on the Princess Tower done by Moogie, but this King Tower in a ton of trouble, and that lightning making it much, much worse.
It's just such a rough spot for Moogie to be in. He goes, all right, do I protect the pocket or do I protect the King Tower? And if I'm going to protect the King Tower, that means that I have to pull to my Princess Tower. I can never pull away from the Princess Tower with the Fish Boy. So really tough spot to be in. He's only going to be defending the 3 crown, but then that means Faust can go easily after the Princess Tower since his is so healthy.
Final 90 seconds, and happy to go ahead and once again, Archer Queen not quite played far enough. You know that Faust was dragging that, just making sure he could get that range done correctly. And at this point, it feels like a miracle will be needed for Moogie to stay alive in this one.
I just don't know how he does it. I really don't, Rich. I don't see any way through this because Faust doesn't need to do anything at all. He literally only needs to defend a beautiful prediction there on top of that Royal Giant. Yes, it gets a little bit of damage, but that was some fancy footwork from the younger of the two.
And now Royal Giant down, a lot on the board behind it. Hunter plus Royal Ghost does take it down, and this time the Hunter tries to predict the RG, doesn't get it. Fisherman trying to pull the Hunter out of the way. Nice Skeletons plus Dark Prince across the bridge from Faust, keeping the pressure on, and now trying to go base race-ish right now with the Royal Giant, but looks like it's going to be too little, too late here. Will the Fisherman pull back? And what a brilliant Skeletons. Faust's Skeletons work against the Fisherman in this game was absolutely choice.
Yeah, this stuff that he did late game there, once he had full control of the board, was a lot of fun to watch. Skeletons plus Dark Prince to protect, Skeletons up high to distract, all of those things going in, and no offense really necessary until that base race conversation came in. The great Hunter in the pocket with the Skellies as a prediction as well, mitigating a lot of that damage that Moogie was trying to create. And just like that, we watched two of our strongest players go back-to-back sets where they could not put it together. Assaf struggling against Mohamed Light, then getting eliminated by Famouskid, and then on the other side of it, our world champion, defending world champion, struggling against Ardentoas up top, getting swept for the first time in the competition. Well, let's not call it the first and only time because it happens again here down below. Shocking stuff. Faust and Famouskid are the two that come out of Assaf, Famouskid, Moogie, and Faust. I don't know if anyone would have drawn that up.
That's a huge one, and now they are both one win away from being back into the mix in that top 3. So they're going to wait. They're going to go ahead and play their match fairly soon. And, of course, the one of them will face the loser of Mohamed Light and Ardentoas. And I bet you know which one they all want to be facing off against in that situation. But, of course, Arden has been playing super nasty as well. Before we move on here, let's go ahead and bring Josh back into the mix so we can get some of the thoughts there. Josh, we just saw a crazy one there between those two. The gameplay from Faust, is that the best you've seen out of Faust so far in competitive play?
I mean, recently, absolutely. Overall, not really sure. I know he's had a few tournaments or, you know, the Worlds where I've been very impressed by him. But yeah, he's putting it together nicely. That previous set was so beautiful. I love the deck choices. You have the Minor Mortar Guards, Game 1. Game 2, the RG Lightning that can win the mirror match when you're going against, you know, an opposing deck that can have the Archer Queen. I love what he was doing. The prediction Fishermans, the prediction Skeletons, everything was beautiful. No mistakes whatsoever, and some long games that required some good gameplay.
Well, here we go into our next elimination match. Famouskid versus Faust. Guys, I'm going to step away here for a little bit and let you guys take us through the action.
Absolutely. Famouskid and Faust. Faust going right back into the action. Famouskid was able to sit back for a match, watch his opponent, and if you look at these win rates, pretty dramatically different, Josh. 74% on one side and less on the other since the screen disappeared and my memory is horrible. But the wins there, Faust had stacked up a lot more wins, a lot better percentage. Maybe it was 59 there from Famouskid. But with what we've seen today out of both of these players, first of all, who do you think is going to come out on top? And actually, we'll just go with that. Who do you think is going to come out on top? We've seen so much from them and in different ways.
Yeah, Famouskid obviously has had just such a nice run. I think he's won 4 times in the lower bracket. I I think it was like 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0. His gameplay overall has been phenomenal when it's mattered most. When you don't have that backup loss that you have in your back pocket. But on the other hand, like I said it with Moogie, and why I'm such a, why I was such a huge believer in his gameplay, because he was playing well recently. Right there in that previous set, that was one of those games, that was one of those sets where he's played so unbelievably well recently. Now, the other thing is, he doesn't have that break in between games. Like, yes, he'll have a minute or two to set up deck selection, but that will hurt him a lot. That could give Famouskid a huge edge in this set.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you bring up, because Famouskid was sitting back watching exactly what both those guys were doing, planning and preparing his decks most likely to see what he thought would fare best in game number 1. And Faust just having to go back to back. You wonder if he's going to run one of those decks back. You wonder if he's going to just, use one of the decks we saw earlier in the weekend. Just a lot less time to prepare, a lot less time to reset. But at least for him, he's coming off of a win. Since we have the time, and I know that you were watching closely, was that match more about how good Faust played, or was it more about Moogie making mistakes like you saw last month with Brent Chong?
So, mirror matches when you have... So he did have the quick cycle, he did have the skeletons, and possibly the E-Spirit as well. I just really liked how he set up his deck with that. I think he probably just had the matchup right there in game number 2. And it was in a way where it required him to play it perfectly, which obviously we saw in that game that he did. But yeah, I think he had like a really good matchup right there. But it really just comes down to, how are you going to set up your RG pushes? Do you want to go in the back? Do you want to go bridge? Do you want to set up support and then RG and then support, RG and then spell? There's a lot of different ways to play it, and he just played it right.
And when you're talking about Mugi in game number 1 there, how do you feel about that old Splash Yard version? Do you think it's viable right now, or do you think it's just too slow and too soft in terms of DPS?
I love that you asked me that question, because if there's one complaint that I have with Moogie, it's that he uses Splash Yard. I've seen him use it over and over again in tournaments and ladder. It makes no sense. I don't think his win rate is that high with it. And, especially when you're not adapting, when you're not using the Archer Queen and you're sticking with the Ice Wizard, it doesn't feel like that should be the right play. And we saw it. He won game 1, pretty, soundly. And it's because you're using Splash Yard, and I don't like that.
All right, so we weren't on our own there, Rich, as we hop into game number 1 of this next set, the final of the elimination bracket before involving one of those two up top, whether it be Mohamed Light or Ardentoas. Famouskid and Faust battling it out, get closer to that 5,000, get closer to that 15,000, and then, of course, getting even closer to that $30,000 prize. Top of your screen, a very popular deck. Most 2 cards most likely going to be what? NATO and Heal Spirit, but we've seen some changes. And then on the bottom of your screen, you do see that RG deck with Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, and I really like this Giant Skeleton deck, and it's, he took a lot of early damage. The Magic Archer snipe was brilliant on Faust's end, but, you don't have that big spell, and, Cannon Cart variation is, pretty interesting, and I actually really like it, but you don't have any kind of spell, so you can stack, you can win this game if you are Famouskid in a 1-tower situation. Even though he's down right now, I think he's in a pretty good spot. And right there, the Archer Queen getting that 3rd shot, no longer down by that much.
Yeah, that was a very good exchange there for Famouskid, coming right back into the mix. 1409 to 1676. And Josh, I'm going to do a quick count here. 3, 2, 1, 0, 59, 58, 57, 56. Great. So resetting this push in the back, and a lot of good single target DPS, and that NATO to really help keep the Royal Giant and Archer Queen at bay. That drill not going to want to be used too much defensively, but he does have it as an option, of course.
Magic Archer is going to walk to the opposite lane, but he's more than okay with that. Hunter is going to be defending nicely on the Goblins, and he's down by 500, but he does have the push set up. He does have to worry if his last card is Earthquake. I would assume it's Lightning, but it definitely could be Earthquake. These kind of variations are so difficult to tell what kind of spell. Right there, the Magic Archer is the card to watch. He did take it out with the Fisherman. This is his chance to go in.
Oh.
We are going to see RG at the bridge.
This is a rough push to stop. You don't know how he's going to do it. No building in hand. NATO's not there. Golden Knight's trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. A high Electro Wizard and Famouskid is on fire, Josh.
Oh my goodness, getting the tower down completely. All of a sudden, it comes down to, can you protect your Magic Archer? Overall, I think the matchup is 50-50, 60-40, 40-60. It's one of those. It's a solid matchup for both players. Both players are okay with it, but you just lose the game in 2 seconds if you don't protect your Magic Archer.
Yeah, and it's so funny because you were talking about, yes, Famouskid is behind, but he is starting to build that push, and that was the exact push that ended up winning the game. Giant Skeleton in the back. Royal Giant there at the bridge takes out all the support troops that he needs to, and an easy walk to victory finish there by Famouskid. And I mean, he's on fire, man. He has just been unstoppable today. Everything has been so clean, and even when it hasn't been, he's never given up, and he's always found a way to bounce back late. And I'm just really, really impressed with what we've seen from him so far this weekend. Yeah,
I mean, to bounce back in the lower bracket is so impressive. You know, as a viewer, you want them to make that brilliant run, round 1, round 2, round 3, and still going strong. Great deck choice in, you know, game number 1. I just love that he's using RG. I want to see, you know, there are 5 decks that you can use in the dual format that will give you a decent enough shot every single time. RG is one of those, you know, Mortar, Skeleton King is one of those, Lava is one of those, and we see Famouskid going back to those same decks. He's giving himself a chance every single time, and I just love how he's doing it.
So here we go, game number 2, and now Famouskid goes, I can do that whole fancy Magic Archer thing as well. It gets a couple shots in, but a log comes down. Royal Ghost's going to be there to clean up this Archer Queen, but Miner slips in there right in time. And Royal Ghost getting some damage in on that top tower, and now a drill to support this cannon cart.
Yeah, so we really are just flipping it. Famouskid saying that he can win with it, even though Faust showed that it's a difficult deck to use. Faust, on the other hand, Drill game number 1, Mortar game number 2. I mean, we're seeing it with Faust as well. The reason why he's in this position, you know, trying to make it to the finals, trying to be, you know, a top 3 finisher, he's using solid decks overall as well. The Drill, the Mortar, going against the RG, the Drill. I mean, these are the decks you want to be using in this format.
And I love that protection there from the Miner. Sometimes people don't know whether to pull the trigger or not, but you look at that, 2 more shots came in from that Mortar because of that 3 elixir spent by Faust. Minikid only up by 1, but down by about 600 and some chains in terms of tower HP.
And like always, you know, it's so fun to see how someone wants to play Mortar. Do they want to start stacking defensive Mortars? Do they want to keep getting aggressive? How do they want to play their defenses? Valk on top of the cannon cart plus the Golden Knight is going to provide so much value, going to allow him to set up with that offensive Mortar if he chooses to do so. And now Famouskid having to defend with Magic Archer, that is not what you want to be doing.
No, and this Mortar's going to get another lock on. That Bar Barrel steps up. He takes care of the AQ, but not the Mortar. Mortar gets 1 shot in. Has to overspend again on this Electro Wizard. You can see he's not super stoked on having to spend that much. Takes a bit of damage, spends 1 elixir so he can maintain the lead, does Faust. And then he just sets up a Miner and a Mortar defensively, recognizing his opponent doesn't really have a great way to take care of that Mortar defensively, and of course those other support troops.
Yeah, the mind games right there. Are you going to protect your Mortar? Are you going to, you know, try and get it to get that 1 final shot right there? And we saw it. I mean, the overextension with the Ewis, that's way too much. You can't be doing that. And, you know, right here, he chooses to go the defensive Mortar route, and it's working out brilliantly. getting so much value overall, putting himself in a position where he's up 700 HP, and he again has another mortar.
And even though there's one card that hasn't been played, it could be a big spell. You know, who cares if you're Faust? Because what you're doing right now is frustrating your opponent. Your opponent knows how difficult it is to break through. They're having a hard time doing it. He's going to try the opposite lane. Like you said yesterday, Josh, if I'm losing this game by a lot, what's the worst that can happen if I go opposite lane? I'm going to lose anyway, right? So let's try to change things up a bit, change the script. And then another thing that I've learned from talking to you and watching you and stuff is those defensive mortars are so frustrating to deal with. They have so much HP and they do more damage than you'd like.
I mean, tower down to 472. We're going to see a well-timed log once again. Ghost should get a shot, and is able to get that second shot. Really not the end of the world, as we see left tower down to 802 as well. Just gives him one more, you know, he can, every time he cycles the Fire Spirit on the opposite lane, he now has to defend that as well. Tower down to 255. We're just seeing great defense followed by good enough offense, aka that's all you need to do in this scenario.
Yep, just cycle, cycle, cycle. He doesn't use the log offensively, instead doing more of what you talked about yesterday. Fireball plus log would have done it, but the miner does get a hit. Famouskid drops a game, and now we're going to game number 3 with a great bounce back there from Faust. Great choice in decks again from both of these guys.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from both of them. You know, maybe we start saying that the drill isn't an option. You know, now that we have these decks set for this competition, it's starting to look like drill might not be an answer, you know, with the competitive meta in that vacuum, in that 2-day vacuum. You know, it's starting to look like drill might not be the way to go.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting, right? Because over the 2 days, and it's such a true thing that you talk about there, with every single competition starts to form its own meta, and then once the competition's over, it goes back to the meta, and maybe you steal one of those decks or 2 of those decks from the competitive weekend, and they start to work their way into the general meta out there and the GC and ladder board, excuse me. That situation and what we've seen today, I think we have seen Drill lose a lot more than we've seen it win. We saw great success to Drill at the top of the day, but I think it was maybe only in a game, like in one game where it was dominant. Whereas for a lot of the rest of today, it's been, even if it has won, it's been some pretty hard-fought victories. And honestly, for me, and this is talking about me solely, not these guys competing, I have a lot of difficulty with Drill late game, because if your opponent locks down how to defend it, and because the elixir is flowing more quickly, it's a lot harder to get those goblins on top of the tower, and you're only getting the Drill spawn damage, which is pretty negligible. It's all about coupling that Drill with other things, whether it be the Magic Archer, the Golden Knight Dash coming in. That Drill just needs a little bit of help, and it's hard to do that at the highest level, at least in my opinion, late game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the reason why I fell in love so much with the rocket variation that we saw earlier today. Because
yeah,
you have that firecracker, you have that rocket, you have that drill. So, you know, the firecracker with the drill is so powerful because you need to block at the bridge with Tesla. You need to use the Valk high, the guards low, the log on everything instead of, you know, trying to use it offensively. And when you don't have that, you know, when you don't have to switch up your defense, it is difficult. Once you hit that double elixir, that triple elixir, it's impossible.
And then you talk about that rocket just being there. Right. And everyone knows that feeling of playing against someone that has rocket, and you're just like, man, I have such a small window of when things start to get really bad. The moment that your tower is within like a 3 rocket range, you're starting to think, I need to press the issue, which also makes mistakes happen or makes people reach for things that aren't there. So here we go. Game number 3. Winner moves on and is one step closer to that $5,000. I actually think if they do win this, they are guaranteed at least $5,000, because with Mohamed Light and Ardentoas waiting up top, that would be, there's only 3 players remaining. So Faust or Famouskid, $5,000. Best of 1, as Rich loves to say. Here we go. Hog EQ at the top and Bandit, Snowball, Inferno at the bottom. You get a wow out of AC. AC, what are your thoughts right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like the Mega Knight deck. We are going to see the Mega Knight cycled right there. I don't know if that's the best deck to be using. We haven't seen a lot of MK. When we saw it, it lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
When both players went against the Golem, went against the RG. Right here, we're gonna see it's going against Giant Skeleton, and it's hard to build a correct push against Giant Skeleton, and when you're using Mega Knight, you need that correct push.
Yeah, you really do. You really need to be able to support those troops. But there you go. Mega Knight dash on tower. Ram Rider is going to connect, not for a charge, but still a lot of great damage in there. Famouskid only behind by about 70 HP now from what was a pretty rough spot just a moment ago.
Yeah, but now that Faust is, ready for those pushes, he has the Giant Skeleton set up. He knows that his opponent doesn't have lightning. I mean, I forgot who it was, but, it was talked where, oh, yeah, you keep the lightning until you can play it late game and you can win the game off that. It's not even, like, this is one of the only decks where it's a viable opportunity at this point in time. Every player knows the meta. Every player understands this is what the deck is likely going to be. But Poison, it just doesn't have that offensive presence that you need to get past the bomb tower, to get past the Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, and you talk about that Poison being able to clean up those units that are there for defense, like that Musketeer and obviously the bomb tower. It's just, it's so much slower. It allows, ooh. And that Ram Rider putting in some work on the bottom, but more work being done at the top of your screen. Faust behind by about an arm and a leg now, 700 HP. Not a lot on paper, but it's definitely a lot here when you consider only 1,000 HP remaining on that top right tower and having a good amount of trouble getting on the opposite tower of your own. And now we see a lane swap here out of Faust.
Yeah, I like the lane swap right there. You're putting yourself in a position where you no longer have that advantage that you once had. And, like, you have that advantage because the deck is so strong. Why not, swap lanes, try and force the issue right there? I really like that. And it allows him to go back. Yeah, this is brilliant.
This is a good push here from Faust. Mega Knight comes down late. Mother Witch now finally able to spawn some of those piggies. And it is on tower. It was on tower. 168 remains. No Earthquake in yet, but Earthquake plus Snowball will do it. Just needs to defend here. Bandit not going to do it. Hog Rider turning everything around. Piggy on the tower. Hog Rider getting on through. Snowball in late. Bandit not going to dash.
The defensive Hog, I've seen it once, and now I've seen it twice right there. Earthquake cycled. Faust gonna be able to win this game. Famouskid, the Mega Knight, it's a scary choice. And we see right there, everything went his way. He missed a bomb tower. He allowed the Hog to connect, or the Ram Rider to connect, and it didn't matter. He couldn't stop it.
Yeah, Faust coming out on top. A great back and forth there against a young man in Famouskid that has put a lot of people on notice this weekend. But unfortunately for him, his run at the Queso Cup Golden Edition ends, and Faust works his way through everyone you're seeing on the screen, through Wallace, through Demas, through Moogie, and look at those numbers, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then he finally runs into Famouskid that picks up one game off of him, 2-1. He is 8-1 on the day with Moogie and Wallace in his wake, and now we go back up to the top side of the board. Ardentoas and Mohamed Light. What feels like should be a very 100-0 or 90-10 matchup on paper feels a lot less relevant when you look at what Ardentoas just did against Moogie.
Yeah, that said against Moogie, I mean, it put away a lot of worries, as an Ardentoas fan, because, before you could say, he didn't have that one solid win, and right there against Moogie in that set, I mean, it was picture perfect. Every decision he made, I mean, that was the best set from a player. I'll say it again, and it hurts me to say that when it's going against Moogie, but it really was. He played so well, and I said that ASAF had a decent enough shot against Mohamed Light. I'd say it's gone from, oh, Ardentoas is, let's say he could potentially go against Mohamed Light. It's obviously going to go in Mohamed Light's way. At this point, it's really, he's playing so well that it could be anybody's game.
And this is where we go all the way back to the conversation that we had on 3 Crowns with Eric Benamou, EB7, talking about playing with house money. Mohamed Light, consensus #1 player in the world. He has a life to give, as does Ardentoas. But Mohamed Light is also already qualified for the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. So he's on his way to 2 golden tickets right now. He's played in $200,000 matches. Ardentoas and Faust, this has got to be the biggest situation they've ever been in. The next person to win a game guarantees themselves $10,000. So right now, Ardentoas goes, I could win this and be guaranteed to be in the grand finals where I'm playing for either $30,000 or $15,000, or you have to go down, face off against Faust, loser walks away with 5, winner guaranteed 15 at least. So this is a lot of money on the line for guys that haven't been here before, as opposed to Mohamed Light, who's walked away with almost $200,000 last year, who won monthly finals and of course second at World Finals and is already qualified for another golden ticket event. Josh, how does that feel for you mentally when you talk about all those things at stake and the lack of experience in these moments for Ardentoas and Faust?
Yeah, I mean, that the competition at the end of the day, you know, you're going against these great players, you're going to be nervous for the competition itself, but once you've made the money, it's a different energy, it's a different nervousness. And so the fact that he's in the winners bracket portion, it makes it a lot easier, a lot simpler. Like at the end of the day, he's walking away with $5 grand. He's made it to the money. He's done what he needs to do to feel good about himself. But he wants to feel great about himself. He wants that win. And he's in an okay spot. I don't really think he's going to be worried. I think he's going to be playing his game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at everyone involved right now, and they're all kind of playing with house money in the sense they're all going to walk away with cash. They all have put everyone else in the league on notice in the sense of, look at what we can do, look at who we can play through. Ardentoas can 2-0 Moogie. Faust can do exactly what we saw him and just talked about doing. He's gone 8-1 through that elimination bracket to get to where he is. And then, well, you know, the last guy, Mohamed Light, is Mohamed Light. But he's still playing with house money because he doesn't need the prize money. I mean, I'm sure he would love the prize money, but he also doesn't need that golden ticket as he does have that opportunity. And he also has nothing to prove at this point in terms of who he is and how good he is. So all 3 of these guys walking away from this weekend with money and with a great story to tell and with a great spot on their resume. But who's going to be #1? We all need to know here. And I bet a lot of people are hoping Mohamed Light wins so that they don't have to maybe worry about him as much down the line. I'm sure he'll still compete, but I know that once he's qualified, he probably won't be as, I don't want to say desperate because he never plays desperate, but he won't have to be as engaged as he has been in these last few months in all these tournaments.
Right. You know, it's weird to be rooting for a player, but you're 100% correct. If there's one person that like talented players will want to win, it's Mohamed Light. Like, he will always be the guy that's, you know, in that top 3, that top 4, that top 16 every single time. Whether he wins it or whether he wins after round 2, it is up to, you know, what happens that day. But when it comes to competing in that final phase, he will be there almost, if not every single time. And so it does make sense to root for him. And it's a sick feeling when you're rooting against, or when you're rooting for the best player in the world to win.
Yep.
But it is the correct play. So that's so weird, and that's such a good point.
Yeah, and then you think about that for Mohamed Light, and you look at, maybe you talk about Samuel Basoto last month, and you're like, you know what? I know who all these people are happy are not here today and this weekend is Samuel Basoto, because he played lights out last month, but he probably looked at the global tournament and was like, I don't really need a golden ticket. So here we go. Game #1, upper bracket semifinals. 71% on one side, a better 74% on the side of Ardentoas, the consensus #1 player, bottom of your screen. Ardentoas here at the top. This is going to be a fun one.
So, Ardentoas starting off with the most obnoxious play you could possibly make as a minor wall breakers player, splitting the wall breakers and then placing the miner in the middle of the arena. I hate when players do that to me.
I hate it so much.
It forces out the Tesla. Brilliant spot. And at this point, like, this is a decent push. It's not too worrisome. But, you know, if it takes out the Musketeer, this could spell trouble for him. Tesla is going to be forced out, and, you know, the way he's playing, just brilliant offensive, you know, push early on, and then a great way to just reset.
I really do like the aggression here from Ardentoas, but I love that defense there from Mohamed Light. That is when you know interactions of this game inside and out, uses the hog to push the wall breakers towards that Tesla that is out of range. You saw Ardentoas go for that connection, does get a connection here with the Bandit, but that was just pretty, and that also gave Mohamed Light the lead.
Yeah, that is a fun play. I love those kind of plays. You can learn so much from these talented players because they make those plays that you wouldn't really think of. You would kind of just say, all right, let me use my log. All right, let me use my fire spirit. And when you don't have that in your hand, what's that next move? What's that one thing that sets you apart? Mohamed Light just does that so consistently. That's why he has so many fans. That's why he's such a special player.
Yeah, the ability to turn those kind of dire situations into real offense really shines through at the highest level, because then you're talking about, you know, late game making moves like that, making swerves like that, keeping your opponents guessing at all times. So I love to see it. I always love to see that stuff out of Mo, and here we go. 2080 to 2491, the two lowest towers on either side of the board. Miner plus Arrow is going to go right on top of that Musketeer to try to turn this into a little bit of offense. Bomb will go off, but a healthy Prince is there. Guards and Tesla to clean it all up.
The arrows, I understand our prediction, and so had they worked, you know, maybe he takes tower. Who really knows? But at the end of the day, it's not really a prediction you can afford to make. Mohamed Light is going to play slow, calculated every single time, and so he understands, like, in those situations, he has to let the Musketeer die. It's not up for debate. The correct move is, I need to reset, I need to let my Musketeer die. So not a huge fan of that prediction. You know, oftentimes it'll work, just not against someone like him.
Beautiful Fire Spirit there to kite this Prince around, then a Hog to take that shot in. Prince goes to the Tesla, then goes to the Hog, baits out this, or I should say, yeah, it does bait out the Mega Knight. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, a Log plus an Earthquake to defend those wall breakers that came in. Just immaculate stuff here from Mohamed Light. One of the best in the world, if not the best, at the micro, and we're seeing that really shine through in this game. 80 seconds remain.
I like this defense right there. Gonna stop the Giant Skeleton from pushing, but the Hog will still get that shot. The Giant Skeleton will still get the value. It'll still take out the Bandit. And a Musketeer is not the most difficult card to defend when it's on the offensive tack by itself. So I like the idea right there. But at this point, he has to do something special. This is one of the few times where I'll be an advocate for playing cute. He needs to come up with something crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the way to put it, man. He's got to do something crazy. He's got to do something cute, because you cannot go into this kind of monotonous, cyclical game with Mohamed Light, because he's always making better exchanges than you. He's always playing more methodical and playing smarter than you. He's always keeping that offense out on the board. 600 HP separating these two, but bigger spell power on the side of Mohamed Light. Two Musketeers on the board, and now a Desperation Mega Knight opposite lane with wall breakers behind.
And he can't do anything. You know, this is, again, another matchup from Mega Knight where you're going into the game and kind of just losing. It's not the right card to use right now, and it's unfortunate to say because I love Mega Knight gameplay, but you can't bring that out in game number one.
And you see Mo just feeling himself now. The big exhale, and now a little bit of love to the camera, to his fans. The smile, the clap, the silly faces. He's feeling great about himself, and how could he not? I mean, you talk about what he's doing in ESL, and now what we're currently witnessing here in this competition with Queso Cup Golden Edition. One step closer to a guaranteed $15,000 is Mohamed Light. I mean, what is there to say? He's done it now 2 sets in a row. Yes, with the ASAF, it was later in the set where we saw it, and now it's earlier in the set where we're seeing it. Playing up against someone who's great, but just straight up outplaying them, outclassing them.
Yeah. And you know, deck choice on point as well. I think that might be my favorite deck of the tournament. Even more so than, you know, the Firecracker Drill Synergy, because, you know, I enjoy that deck, but at the same time, it might not be the strongest. We need to see it against, you know, a wider array of decks. That deck right there, the guards are so strong. Tesla, so strong. Giant Skeleton, we're seeing it get so much value every time it gets played. I think that's my favorite deck of the tournament, and to use that game 1, get that solid victory, and leave Fireball and Poison available, I love what he did there.
And I love the decision making of pros at the highest level. The Giant Skeleton seems like a brain dead duh situation, right? Like every single time you saw Mo play that Giant Skeleton, he basically played it in the same spot on the map, off to the left, four tiles ish in front of the King Tower, and it would slowly walk up to the bridge in time and then blow up everything that was coming across to support those Mega Knight pushes. It's just so impressive when you watch someone that is that confident in what a card is going to do. We saw him be on top of all these interactions throughout that game, but the Giant Skeleton is not as easy to use as effectively as we've seen these pros use it this weekend, and especially what we saw in that last game there with Mo. And then as we're talking about game number 2 here, Josh, I think you've called it perfectly. I think that's every single game today that we've seen Mega Knight played, the Mega Knight user has lost. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, if it has been played 4 times, it has lost 4 times. If it is played 5 or more, I cannot confirm.
Cannot confirm or deny. So here we go. Game number 2, Mohamed Light on top. Ardentoas coming back out here, looking like he could maybe go Hogs. There they are. And Hogs do come down for that 3-1 split. 3 to the right side, 1 in front of that AQ. So AQ will just need a little bit more attention. But a minion horde coming out for Mohamed Light. Second time he's used it, I think, today.
Wow, still forces out the bomb tower in response when he uses the mortar just directly on top of the Archer Queen. So unfortunate for Ardentoas that he felt that he had to do that. Right there, up a little bit of damage. But, you know, I think Mohamed Light is proving me wrong again. I said that Minion Horde is not really the strongest card. There's too many matchups where it doesn't get a lot of value. And I think we're going to see in this matchup again, it's going to give value over again, you know, time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, and a big part of that Minion Horde is that because it's so expensive, players either don't want to play it because they're too worried about giving too much value away, or they're not as good as Mo Light at tracking Elixir and tracking Cycle. And that's what Minion Horde really, or when Minion Horde really excels, is when your opponent is out of Cycle for the best response. Minion Horde can make you really, really overspend. And he's going to be trying to do that. Now we see Royal Deliveries out of Cycle, right? So that means the Minion Horde could be a little bit more effective if he's able to deal with that Fire Spirit.
Nice little push right there, allows the miner to get on top of the tower and takes the damage advantage. And Royal Hogs played when the Spear Goblins haven't crossed the bridge. A slight mistake, and that's going to be a Royal Hogs push. This might be the first time in history a Royal Hogs push against no building and didn't get any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, and then you saw that bomb tower, Ardentoas thinking that he's smarter than Mohamed Light, which I get that you have to kind of play that way. Those skeletons getting some value. But you saw that bomb tower come down up high looking for the mortar that Mohamed Light had been playing in defense. And now we see another bomb tower up high to make sure that mortar can't come down again. And I feel like Mo is going to be able to change or flip the script here pretty quickly.
All right. An error from Mohamed Light, that was kind of a strong error. Like he placed the Valkyrie. I can't tell if it was one tile off to the side or multiple tiles off to the side. Either way, allows the Royal Hogs to not only get the tower down fairly low, but also allows him to be able to go opposite lane. That way Mohamed Light can't overwhelm by, you know, having that one strong defense into offense. He now can only go, you know, the specific minor snowballs, the specific minor poisons.
We see Ardentoas trying to predict that miner again on Mohamed Light. Mohamed Light comes in late, and Ardentoas knows it's good game in the sense that Mo has kind of locked down this defense without having to use his mortar, and he's figured out a way to create great offense. Spear Goblin pressure, and then miner plus poison when he has the elixir, or just naked miners. He's got this game kind of completely controlled as you want with a deck like this.
Archer Queen is going to be able to take out the Minion Horde for the most part, but Valkyrie plus Snowball, we're going to see it again right there. Keeps the tower fairly healthy, but Ardentoas on the other side, 925 and 690 heading into triple. Mohamed Light is just going to spam minor poisons at this point, and he just can't do anything to stop it.
And there it is. Minor Poison comes in. Minion Horde defensively. What are you going to do to take care of the Minion Horde? Nothing. You have absolutely nothing to take care of the Minion Horde when it's on the opposing side of the board. Mo just waiting to get that Minor back out. He has the AQ on the board for defense. Minor plus Poison comes in, and that is basically going to sew things up. You're going to need one more spell to come in. There it is. Momo going to the grand finals. $15,000 guaranteed to the Prince of Egypt. 30 or 15 more hopefully coming his way. And now Ardentoas has to do the most difficult thing that there usually is in a competition like this. It's go from being in the semifinals of the upper bracket to the finals of the lower bracket back to back after losing.
Yeah, Ardentoas has had a great run though, and so it's definitely not out of the question for him to be able to do that. But at the same time, we saw who's in the lower bracket with him?
Faust.
Yeah, Faust. At the same time, we've seen Faust run. Like, he's, the 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1. Like, he's having such a great run. And so to go back to back, you've had your decks exposed. You know your opponent has been watching you play. It's so impossible to come back when your decks have been exposed, when you don't have that reset and the ability to take your time and figure out why you lost.
So here we go. Faust and Ardentoas, winner of this game, of this match, this set, is guaranteed $15,000 and one step closer to 30K and a golden ticket. But you know what we got to do? We have to acknowledge the elephant in the room here, Josh. You have to beat Mohamed Light in back-to-back sets after he's had an immaculate 2-week run, and even maybe longer if you're talking about ESL being thrown into the mix. Mohamed Light doing what Momo does best, and that is win. And he's in a position where he has to lose 2 sets, 4 games, back-to-back to back-to-back to lose this competition. I feel like that's a very tall order, AC.
So this reminds me of, I think it was 2020. It was to be able to qualify for WCG, that split. And Immortals definitely had discussions with Team Liquid where it's, what is our play? What is our one goal? Our one goal is to be able to make it to China. So I'm going to focus on this set only, this team only. And then when we get there, we'll already be behind because we won't have prepared for it, but we will have that guaranteed prize money. We will have that guaranteed trip to China. Right now, you can't worry about Mohamed Light. That is such a huge task, and you kind of just get to forget about it, and that's kind of the only play you can make right there.
Right, let's use this set to build that momentum to go take down the GOAT, or at least the boat as of the moment. So we're here in our lower bracket final. I'm going to step away for a moment. Rich is going to come back, and then you're going to get all 3 of us for our upper bracket grand finals, a potential back-to-back sets between the winner of this and Mohamed Light. Rich, I'll let you kind of lead in with this. Can anyone beat Momo in back-to-back sets? And who do you like here between Faust and Arden?
Not yet. There we go. We'll talk about beating Mo in back-to-back sets once one of these players has the uphill task to do it. Right now, that has to be the second thing on your mind, which makes this kind of hard, I think, that it's going to be the second thing on your mind because you have to contend with all of this first, but then it's still looming right there. So, Andrew, you go ahead, take a break for a minute. We'll bring you back on for the final one right now. Just me, myself, and Joshua AC Sharon. Josh, okay, you've been in this position before where you have like the final boss is not next, but is after next. How do you refocus where you're like, I have to win this thing in front of me first to go do the hardest part of the whole darn run?
Yeah, I mean, to be able to tune that out is obviously going to be incredibly difficult, but at the same time, it's a lot easier when you know, hey, there's $10,000 on this match. At the end of the day, if I can separate myself from, a $5,000 and $15,000 prize winning or prize, money is a lot different than $15,000 and $30,000 in terms of what it does for your life. So at the end of the day, yes, Mohamed Light is going to be in the back of my mind, but that's it. I mean, it's going to be in the back of my mind, but I'm really only worried about what's in front of me. You want that $15,000 to your name. You know, finishing second, finishing first, those two, that you have that superiority when it comes to the tournament. Oh, I made it to the finals and then lost. When you say you finished third, that's a lot different.
And I see someone saying, hey, let's get to the match. Guys, as always, as soon as the match begins, we'll go there. What we're doing is making sure that you don't stare at a blank screen in between match play. And guess what? There you go. So, Game 1 of Ardentoas versus Faust. Loser is guaranteed 5K. Winner gets 15K minimum, and then has to go and try to beat Mohamed Light twice to steal the golden ticket. And what is a golden ticket? I saw that earlier in the chat. A golden ticket is a direct pass to Clash Royale League World Finals later this year. There are 2 ways to get there. One is to win a golden ticket, and the other one is to go through what it's going to be the Summer Series. Not sure what it's called yet for Clash Royale League, but there's a couple of different ways to get there. But getting a golden ticket early on, certainly one of those things that would make you feel a whole lot better on that route to a championship.
Absolutely. Ardentoas and Faust running the deck that I love to see. It's what I feel like is the strongest deck in this competition. And at the same time, I really like what Ardentoas is running as well. The miner, the guards. The guards, we're seeing so much power from just a troop that doesn't feel like it's really that, you know, popular. A lot of the time, people want to opt for the quicker cycle, the Skellies, the Ice Spirit, the Fire Spirit. What we're seeing in this competition, it is strong. It should be used more often.
Well, yeah, we had a recent buff that brought the damage up a bit, so we've seen an uptick in the use, of course, and here we're seeing it on both sides. First minute and 40 seconds away, and at the moment, Ardentoas in the lead, 1950 to 22-42. Have not yet. Go ahead.
As we head into double elixir, the giant skeleton pushes are going to get so much more powerful. And, you know, another reason why I like the giant skeleton is because a giant skeleton hog push, it doesn't work like a normal push. Usually you can place the Tesla, the mortar, in the middle of the arena and you're going to be fine. When it comes to giant skeleton hog pushes, you have to play it a tile up. The giant skeleton is so, you know, thick that it's like an extra addition to an already strong card, because it just puts you in weirder spots where you have to change up a lot of placements that you're used to.
A little over 200, maybe 250-ish separating these two players right now. Miner making that gap just a little bit wider at the moment. Faust, personal best on ladder, 8.7K. Does have a #1 finish on Global Ladder in July of last year. And of course, lots of competitive experience in both semi-pro and international competition, getting 4th place at No Tilt Worlds as part of Team Germany last year. So certainly Faust quite experienced. His opponent, Ardentoas, has been putting that experience on, but certainly a much shorter competitive career if you're talking about these two guys compared.
And right here, I just love it. He continues to go Tesla at the bridge. Ardentoas doesn't have an answer for it. And, I mean, that's going to be the difference between winning and losing when you're making plays like that. If Faust wins, and right now, you know, the way he's playing, he's putting himself in a position to do that. He's playing it in a way that no one else is really playing this matchup. And so it shows that, you know, that's why he's up here, because he's thinking of these innovative and creative plays.
Giant skeleton deep. Wow. Deep in enemy territory, tanking for the Hog, and the Hog getting a ton of shots just like that. Faust back in business, 697, and he sets up the early high Tesla just to stop the idea of setting up a push. Of course, that makes it pretty easy to get the guards there in reply to protect that Archer Queen.
Yeah, and right there, kind of a mistake from Faust. Does not get the giant skeleton in time, and that that fireball could have provided a ton of value. Instead, just the way he's playing these really nice defenses, he should be fine. But you know, this is a solid enough push. Musketeer will be placed in time, though. That's a nice little mortar shot right there.
And the giant skeleton, I believe, inside. No, the mortar does go to giant skeleton, but Miner on the tower. EQ plus Log trying to fight it off. Can't happen. Ardentoas. And you can see the look on Faust's face. He is just beside himself. Cannot believe he let that one escape.
I just don't even know how that happened. I mean, you know, a lot of it comes from the one play. He doesn't get the giant skeleton in time. It gets kind of wasted. You know, the Tesla is taken out at the bridge, but overall, I don't even understand. He was playing such a solid game. He was doing the same plays over and over again. And Ardentoas, you know, he makes that one adjustment. I can't believe that this didn't go Faust's way.
Yeah, and, you know, we're just talking about the competitive experience of Faust. Ardentoas, a lot less competitive experience. He's young. I think he's like 16 and a half right now, and you can't play at in the highest level tournaments until you're 16 years old. Also, of course, very, very talented. Almost 8.7K, 8690, his personal best on ladder. Like I said earlier today, made it all the way to top 2 of our final monthly qualifier last year. Arden, certainly good, certainly some competitive experience, but I think the big one today, Josh, to talk about with Arden is the ice in his veins, because he's been up against some of the biggest names in the game today. You know, he had an easier road yesterday. Today, not the same case, and here he is looking at a dangerous situation in the face and capitalizing.
Yeah, and I mean, he's capitalizing against a player that is playing well too. Like, at the end of the day, actually, this entire tournament, I've been kind of shocked at the level of gameplay overall. I mean, it has been really, really high. And, you know, I know there was a lot of, you know, players worried that when you have the global tournament, when you have, you know, a top 128 to 16, it's hard to, you know, create a format like that and then have high quality players, you know, players making high caliber moves over and over again. And we're seeing that it works because, I mean, we're getting plays like the ones that Faust was making, you know, the Tesla adjustment to place it at the bridge over and over again. And Ardentoas is still coming away the victor.
Yeah, I mean, and there was that last Tesla, the high one, that you saw Arden was able to go, oh, well, I know where that Tesla is. It didn't catch me with anything. Sets the Archer Queen up low, the guards up high, and that really felt like it was the beginning of, up to that point, it seemed like Faust kind of had things locked up, and then from that moment on, it seemed like things began to go in Ardentoas' favor.
Yeah, it was just a complete overwhelm. You know, really solid, you know, going in with the aggressive miner. All of a sudden, it got flipped, and, you know, from a spectator's point of view, it was kind of like how, but he really did set himself up for that, and, you know, he was able to realize he had that advantage and just went in immediately.
Here we go, and Faust going drill with the King Tower activation early on. Probably not worried about that, as Arden looking like he's playing Royal Giant in this one, so we'll see if that is, in fact, the case. And there you go. Early RG behind King Tower here as the Dark Goblin goes to the opposite lane.
And Dark Goblin could, and no. Okay, so Dark Goblin does get a little bit of value, taking the Fisherman fairly low, and the Wall Break is opposite lane. I was going to wonder, you know, what is his building? How does he want to approach this? But look, you have the Falcon, you have the Inferno Tower. This RG, even if you do have Lightning, even if, you know, it could potentially be Earthquake, either way, it's still going to be solid. And wow, I can't believe that Valk gets pulled back right there. I thought for sure that it was going to tower.
So first minute away, advantage to Faust. Aggressive Royal Giant at the bridge. I guess getting a good read that the Inferno Tower not in cycle, but that's the thing about running a building with your drill, is drill's also a building, folks. So able to pick up and stop that Royal Giant damage. Doesn't have to deal with this Dark Prince for Faust, but up to the task. This will leave Ardentoas slightly ahead on Elixir. And Josh, that's kind of the hope when you're running Royal Giant.
Yeah, you just need to make quality trades, try and get to double, try and get to triple. The great thing about RG is that there really is always an option for you to win. Whether it's win in single, win in double, win in triple. You know, there is the possibility against pretty much any deck. This is, you know, this is the same. You have to, the way Faust's deck is set up, you have to wait till triple. You will not be able to win in double, in single, because he just has so much spam. And so I'm not a huge fan of these RGs. You're just not going to win. He can set up with the Valk, he can set up with the Skarmy, he can set up with the Inferno Tower way too easily.
Lightning does take the Inferno Tower out of play, but still only to get maybe one shot. There you go, one shot from the Royal Giant. And it was the push on the left-hand side. Dark Prince tries to protect, but this is multiple times that we're seeing both wall breakers connect on tower.
Yeah, you can't be letting that up. At this point, it's kind of not really going to matter. But yeah, it's not the solid gameplay that we've come to expect from Ardentoas at this point. He's, you know, making a few mistakes. But yeah, it really doesn't matter. I think the main mistake is he's continuing to go in with these RGs. At this point, I get it, but the single elixir RGs definitely were a mistake early on.
Lightning in the Electro Spirit, not enough to even get one shot from the Royal Giant. So going to eat both of those plus skelly damage. At this point, Ardentoas has to be looking at this going, all right, time to reset, regroup, and go and win game number 3.
Yeah, we see the Val come out on defense. RG placed in kind of the middle. Not really sure if he's given up. Not really sure, you know, what the deal is with that. And no, he hasn't given up. But we're going to see game over going to be, you know, coming in shortly. And again, right there, both wall breakers would have connected.
Yep, and there you go. Faust tying things up with RG Drill. And now we're getting ready to go to our third and final. And, you know, Andrew mentioned it, as I love to say, this is about to be a best of one for 10K, right? Loser takes home $5,000. Winner gets $15,000 guaranteed, plus that shot at Mo and the trip to World Finals and the $30,000 potential as well. So this is a high-pressure game about to come up between these two.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously, if they're in this situation, there are going to be, you know, more chances for them. You know, like, this is not their last chance for a golden ticket. But when you get to these positions, you need to do it. You need to complete the task of getting that golden ticket. You only get so many chances. I mean, unless you're Mohamed Light, you only get so many chances. And so, you know, this best of one, obviously super important. And then, you know, you have that next game, just as important. You need to be able to, you know, finish the task.
So in game number 1, it was the Hog EQ deck out of Faust with Log, Giant Skeleton, and the guards. Game number 2, he switches over to the Drill, no small spell, but with the Fireball. Other side of things, game 1 was the Mortar Miner play from Ardentoas, Fireball and Log in the mix, and then game 2 goes with the RG Bar Barrel Lightning. So let's talk about that for a second, Josh, on the side of Faust. Faust, keep in mind, has not used a champion yet in this set. So we're going to game number 3. Faust has all 4 champions, has used Log, EQ, and Fireball. On the other side of things, the only champion out for Arden is the Archer Queen, but he also has already used his Lightning, Fireball, and Log. So with Lightning out and Faust having every option, it feels like Archer Queen is the obvious one with Lightning not being on the board, but is there a different direction he should go? Okay, so if you're on Arden's side, you're trying to snipe Archer Queen, what's the counter snipe from Faust's side in that situation?
So if Archer Queen is trying to get sniped and you're looking for the counter snipe, and Lightning is not available, what route would you go if you're Ardentoas? With no Mortar available, no RG available, and those are 2 solid decks, so you're probably trying to go with another solid deck. We could see Drill, which usually the spam decks have, you know, some varied success against Archer Queen. You know, if you're Faust, you maybe try and go, you know, Mortar, Skeleton King. I do want to see him use a hero. I do want to, you know, see that ability in action. I think you need it, you know, at least once in these dual formats. The reason why they're champions, the reason why they're heroes is because of how, you know, much power is behind them. And right there we do see Ardentoas going in with the Drill.
So Arden maybe trying to get ahead of an Archer Queen. Faust dropping Ram Rider. So is this MK Ram Rider? You've not been a big fan of the MK this weekend?
Yes, I have not. And this could be like the older version, the one with MK Lightning, and instead going in with P.E.K.K.A. And you know, I've said a lot of things about the MK. I can go on and on about why I really don't like the P.E.K.K.A. It doesn't have the pressure that you need when you're running Ram Rider. It slows everything down. It bogs everything down. And I don't think it's really ever the play. I'm not a huge fan of this for tech number 3 for Faust.
Does have the Bandit. We don't really see a great counter to the drill out of Faust here, so we'll see if there is maybe a Royal Ghost in the mix here. He used Dark Prince and he used Valk, so you understand the reason and why you're starting to feel pretty good about going with drill in this situation. But we have not yet seen. We'll see if that comes out on the next push from Arden.
Ability popped, going to be able to take out the cannon cart and potentially get a shot. There we go. Really nice play from Faust. He predicts the E-Ways high, goes in with the Archer Queen immediately after the Ram Rider, and does get rewarded. I think that's justice right there for the prediction. He does get rewarded with one shot.
Here we go into double elixir time, couple seconds away, and you see Arden setting up the Ghost to the left-hand lane, running the Snowball variation. So this is the deck variation that I'm running on ladder currently this season. Should be seeing Magic Archer NATO in here and clean little King Tower activation. Not sure how critical that is in a Ram Rider matchup, but still better than leaving that Bandit on that right-hand tower.
Absolutely. Faust going in with the Ram Rider in the back, setting himself up for that one lightning push. We do see the Ghost, and so it's very interesting to see the Ghost be used right there, because we would have assumed to see the Ghost when, you know, the drills were going onto the tower. It's a nice little surprise thing, but you don't really need to surprise your opponents when you're using Ghost.
And Snowball doesn't maybe do as much against the Bandit as Ardentoas had hoped. And now Ram Rider behind the Royal Ghost. Golden Knight trying to help slow this whole thing down. Archer Queen going to work on the Headbanger though. And now P.E.K.K.A. plus AQ at the bridge. This is very dangerous for Arden.
I really like how he did that. He didn't want to go in with the lightning. He wanted to go in with the real push right there. Allows the P.E.K.K.A. to get a ton of value, you know, forcing out certain troops, forcing out the cannon cart early with 1 minute and 42 seconds left. The way he's playing, he's been dominating for sure. Great E-Spirit low. And then can he defend this? Does he have the P.E.K.K.A. in cycle? He does, but he places it where the Magic Archer is going to be able to put in so much work.
And the cannon cart connects as well. Just like that, Ardentoas roars back into the lead, 484 to 1543, as we are just 15 seconds away from triple.
How does that even happen? He needs to place the P.E.K.K.A. high. If he does that, the entire game gets changed. Instead, allows the P.E.K.K.A. to get NATO'd back. I don't understand what happened for that to even be possible.
Arden needs to be really careful with those high Magic Archers. It's so tempting in this position to start trying to get that finish with the high Magic Archer. But if you don't get value out of it, if it doesn't actually get on tower at all, oftentimes you're just throwing up wave 4. But there you go! Ardentoas gets the drill on tower G! Well played, $15,000, and he is on the way to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, brilliantly played right there. I do like the deck choice. You know, the P.E.K.K.A. was providing a lot of value. It didn't do enough when the game counted. The Magic Archer, the NATO, the drill, the spam, you know, it worked out for him brilliantly. Great pressure overall as the game, you know, came to a conclusion. And yeah, just like that, Ardentoas moving on to the finals against Mohamed Light.
What a wonderful, wonderful victory for Arden. And the drill is able to get enough on tower right there at the end, but it all came to that one push. The Magic Archer, the NATO, the cannon cart, all being put together in ways that Faust just couldn't hang on against. And Arden moves himself into the grand final where he has a chance. He has to do it twice, though, because Mohamed Light has not lost yet. He's going to have to beat Mo twice in this matchup, back-to-back best of threes, to make his way into that golden ticket, into that guaranteed World Finals berth. But, man, for the moment, what a chance to celebrate here. $15,000 is certainly no small chunk of change, and, of course, now he has a shot at absolute glory.
Yeah, and now he gets to worry about, oh my goodness, I have to beat him 2 sets in a row. Yeah. Now, you know, he's locked up the 15,000. He can be, you know, proud of his performance, but, you know, obviously we don't want to be just proud. We want to be ecstatic. We want to have everybody chanting our name, you know, walking off the field with everybody, you know, with you on everybody's shoulders. And so at this point, this is when you realize, okay, how do I set it up where my opponent can't predict what I'm doing? How do I set it up where I'm leaving a lot of, you know, options available to me in a game 2, a game 3 situation? This is where it all matters.
Well, of course, now that we're getting down to the big stuff, let's go ahead and bring back on the third member of our team, Andrew Guy. Andrew, here we are. We're at the finals.
Yep.
Is this the matchup you expected? I mean, on one hand, Mohamed Light, it's old hat at this point. People are annoyed by his greatness, which is almost kind of crazy to talk about. Ardentoas, though, man, a guy who looked like a potential, at the end of last year, looked like one of the top incoming rookies, and right here he's paying off the promise.
You know, I remember watching him for the first time last season at the highest level and being really, really excited about what he was going to do in CRL, in the competitive clash scene, and he has not disappointed. I just think that if you're coming into a set, off of a set where you went 0-2 against the guy you're about to play, you want to make it back. But what Arden needs to do is just play what he's been playing all weekend long. Don't try to overextend yourself. Don't try to make a point here. Don't try to make a big moment. Just play Clash Royale, get to that second set, and then that's when you can maybe start to be a little tricky, a little cute, as Josh likes to say. I think it's near impossible to beat Mohamed Light in back-to-back sets in a grand final, especially when you've already faced him and he swept you. But Ardentoas has been incredibly impressive. I probably would have put my money on Faust in that previous set just based off the way that he'd played. Even though Arden 2-0'd Mugi, I just felt like Faust had proved so much. And then Arden, again, impresses me. So I'm really excited for this. I just think it's pretty dang near impossible to beat him, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's many have tried, few have succeeded, and now we're getting down to the wire here, where we're going to give away a golden ticket, a trip right to the World Finals. Josh, we already have one golden ticket finalist settled, and that's your former teammate Samuel Basoto. You know, I don't think Sam even competed in this event. I don't even know if he tried to qualify, but. You know, I'm kind of curious about the weight off the shoulders of qualifying early on, that and how that relates to the pressure these two guys might face here.
Yeah, you know, trying to lock it in, trying to get that. I mean, really, it's not a $15,000 match. Really, this is a potential $100,000 match, potential $50, $75, $250,000 match, and you don't know how many chances you get. When you're someone like Ardentoas, like, this could be your one shot. And so, you know, for Mohamed Light, who knows? He could be back here, you know, in 2 weeks. We could easily see that happening. Ardentoas, there is a real chance this is his shot.
Well, let's kick that shot off right as we jump into game number 1. Mohamed Light, also known as the Prince of Egypt. Why? Well, he's Egyptian and he sits on a golden chair. And look at the background. I mean, also he wins everything. So what else are you going to call him at this point? And Arden now in a big uphill climb. We've mentioned it many times before now. It's time for him to get started.
Mohamed Light decides to go hyper-aggressive at the start of this game. As soon as he gets to 10, he goes Hoggy split in the middle. Ardentoas drops that Fisherman right on top of his King Tower, but is not able to get the activation. So maybe already feeling a little bit of nerves going up against Mohamed Light for the biggest match of his career. Arden's, not Mohamed's. And Mohamed Light very happy to be playing super aggressive, which I guarantee we'll see a lot of in this opening set.
Well, you got to keep in mind, too, that Arden probably realizes not just the the stakes of this match and who he's playing against and what he's playing for. But he also realizes that across all the languages that we're streaming this in, and we're streaming this in English, German, Spanish, French, Italian. This is in so many different languages around the world that he's playing in front of the biggest audience he's ever been in front of as well. So there's a lot of stress in this situation.
A great delivery, plus to defend on that left-hand side. He does take a lot of damage, but then he goes hyper offensive on the right-hand side, so Mohamed in a very good spot.
Yeah, I really like how he set up his push. He needed to go in with the Royal Hogs to keep it, to keep Ardentoas from just activating King Tower with the Firecracker. And right there, brilliant defense. I was thinking, cycling Barbs is almost never the right play. It allows you to, Giant Skeleton plus Hunter, but it was the right play right there. The Firecracker, the delivery on top, the Earthquake slow, like, you have a lot of options available to you, even if your Barbs get taken out. So I really liked how he chose to defend that.
High Barbs here working against the Giant Skeleton, giving some cover to that Hunter who should be outside of that Skeleton bomb range. And he is, and Fisherman goes down. And now the mirrored Barbs behind it. Mo going with what may be an absolute snipe job in this one. I saw someone on the Twitch chat saying sniping RG Lightning, and well, Hunter plus Barbs, you throw in that mirror as well, certainly has that flavor.
Oh, man. I mean, talk about getting played on by the GOAT of the game, just knowing exactly all the correct things to do and really putting on the hurt. That mirrored Barbs, you saw the smile on his face. He knew that game was all sewn up.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. So, we talk about those BO1 situations. Now you're Ardentoas, and you're win 2, or look, you go home with $15,000, not so bad. But let's put this in context as well, that we're in the CRL 2021 format. He would have earned a lot of money in this event, and then also points towards the World Finals. In this golden ticket phase where we're giving away up to 8 golden tickets, it's ticket or reset for the August for our August through September, our summer push, and hope that you can come back for a finals push then.
Yeah.
AC, thoughts? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just that stress, that pressure, it obviously wears on you. And someone like Mohamed Light, obviously everybody expects him to get it, and that pressure is immense. And so I like that deck number 1. He wants to just steal victories, have good matchups. Like, that's the kind of deck that will have quality matchups against a wide variety of decks. And so I really love that, especially knowing your opponent. Your opponent has consistently shown he's willing to go Mortar game 1, Mortar game 2, Mortar game 1. Same thing with RG, game 1, game 2, game 1. So I love that he did that. Because you need that golden ticket. You can't wait for it. You need to take it.
And what great deck selection there by Mohamed Light when you talk about things that do and don't overlap. He comes out with Barbs, Firecracker, Royal Hogs, Mirror. And that was another thing I was going to ask, but then the game started was, how cute do we think Mohamed Light does get in this first set playing with house money, knowing he's got another set to give where he can really buckle down if he needs to and burn through his opponents. Because Arden has to bring what he's best with early on. Mo can go through this entire set. He could even get swept in this set and then go, great, I played fun troll decks. You have no idea what I'm going to come out with in this final grand finals reset, which we might not even get to. I love the deck choice from him. It's so great in terms of no overlap and really, really surprising your opponent.
Well, let's review this deck too that Mohamed Light came out with. It was a Royal Hogs deck, cool. Firecracker, all right. EQ, delivery, all those make sense. But then the Barbs and the Mirror. Right? So, and doing Mirror, by the way, in the Champions meta, where you can get the value of spreading it out between a champion, not playing a champion. So there's so many things that Mo did here. Unbelievable snipe job. I mean, it's harder to get much better against that RG Giant Skeleton. But then also making Ardentoas' job and his analyst job so much more difficult as we go into Game 2 and potentially Game 3.
So a little stop and stare here as we're slow playing this. Golden Knight going to get close enough to dash on tower.
Oh, I think that I'm at 2:15, 14, 13. I might have had a little hiccup in the internet about 20 minutes ago. Didn't realize we were so separated in time.
What time are you at right now?
2:05, 4, 3,
Perfect.
2, 1.
Yeah, I reset mine as well, so we should all be in sync as we have an RG at the bottom of your screen and Mortar with Golden Knight at the top. Last card, actually, yeah, I'm not sure what the last card is. It's got to be a spell of some sort.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe NATO to take advantage of the Golden Knight, but that would seem a little bit weird to have no direct damage spells.
Yeah, I think he's got to go bigger.
Usually with these kind of mortar decks, it tends to be Earthquake. So, with that out of play, it has to be, NATO or Fireball. But it is definitely a weird setup. But one thing I would like to point out is that, as a caster, I should not be able to say, this player goes this game 1, this game 2 over and over again, and then for him to run it game 1 and then game 2 he comes out with mortar. I think he has been playing super well, and yes, it's gotten there, but he has to recognize against Mohamed Light, one of the billion reasons why he's so talented is because he has that team behind him. He has Julesy helping him set up right decks, and you're going to know your opponent's coming out with more than game 2.
Setting up Royal Giant to the right-hand side is Mo. It's reached the final 45 seconds of regulation time. Arden's already called good game, by the way, in this King Tower activation that may... Nope, not incoming. Already called good game, which is never a good sign. So we'll see if he can find some sort of way to battle back. But at the moment, feeling like he's in a tough spot.
Yeah, and I think that's a really great point that Josh makes there. It's something that you and I have said for a really long time, Rich. If we can figure out at the booth, and the person getting paid to figure this out is going to figure it out. Now, obviously, Josh, a little better at Clash Royale than you and myself, but still in the same situation. He's not an analyst. He's a caster. It's not his job to figure out exactly what they're going to run. I mean, it kind of is, but the ability for him to know that and the fact that Arden just played right into it is very evident of the level of difference in skill and experience here at CR.
Royal Giant on the right-hand side here from Mohamed Light, and Mortar's in the opposite lane. Arden waves the white flag here. And there you go. The run of Mohamed Light these last couple of weeks has been absolutely bananas. Won a qualifier for Snapdragon Pro Series. He'll be in that golden ticket final, which he doesn't need anymore. Then won his qualifier for this event, and then now Mohamed Light, $30,000 and a guaranteed trip to CRL World Finals to get that second shot at a World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Mohamed Light coming in and doing exactly what he does best, exactly what we all expected. You see him celebrating there. He knows he was playing with house money this whole tournament and talking about money. $30,000 more in his pocket, and we so far have an incredible lineup at World Finals of Mohamed Light, the consensus #1 player in the world, and Samuel Basoto.
I mean, that's already an insanely stacked CRL World Finals, and the conversation always goes on of who's the GOAT, and you have the distinction maybe is Surgical Goblin the greatest of all time and Mohamed Light the best of all time. Nobody has done the kind of run that Mohamed Light has been on now for almost a year and a half. This is just absolutely unprecedented and completely bananas.
Yeah, when you said what he's done in the last 2 weeks, I was going to say, what about the last 2 years? AC, have you seen any dominance like this in your entire career of Clash Royale and Clash Royale League?
It's unheard of. He should not be able to win, the matchups he wins, the consistency he wins, the tournaments over and over again. And, when you're comparing across the years, you do have to look at, hey, there was a team format for 2 years. A lot of players didn't have that opportunity to, say they're the best in the world. At the end of the day, it was argued that LCOP was the best in the world. Lapacati was the best in the world because they were going on 70, 75% win rates in 1v1s. But they never had that opportunity to win tournament back to back to back. At the end of the day, it wouldn't have happened. There was a lot of talent during that time. You know, there's still a lot of talent during this time, and Mohamed Light is just too good. It is unheard of, in my opinion. He's the GOAT, you know, every you know, positive name that you can put on him. That's who he is.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against it, and of course he'll have his second shot at a CRL World Championship later this year, and he gets to play with no pressure in the ESL European Middle East North Africa Championship. He just has to go, hey, no, I just want the money, and then he can win it, and then the second place there. And that actually almost feels good for everybody because they know that they can get second place if Mo's there, and he won't take a golden ticket from them. He just might take the cash and go, you know, add more gold to his chair, I guess.
I mean, and that's the thing about the format here in 2022 as opposed to 2021. You talked about it earlier, Rich. You still walked away with money and you still walked away with leaderboard points. We saw people that never got to the top of the mountain in the month but still made it all the way to World Finals. It's a very different story in 2022. And having Mohamed Light out of the mix as one of the hungry people looking for that ticket means that it's freeing up one more spot for someone else that cannot get through the Prince of Egypt, which is basically everyone in the world. I would be shocked. I would not be shocked, excuse me, to see Mohamed Light in the grand finals of CRL World Finals 2022 once again. It really isn't surprising to see him do any of this stuff. The consistency is unrivaled, the skill is unmatched, and what he's done is unprecedented.
Josh, final thoughts on the day? We've been at it for a lot for the last couple of days. Anything to add before we sign off and I'll go take the much-earned rest over this weekend?
I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse, but I just have to say, you know, not only, you know, congrats to Mohamed Light, but congrats to the viewers, congrats to us, because we're guaranteed Mohamed Light in World Finals. I would have been sick if, you know, the golden tickets would have been over and he still hadn't confirmed himself in. The fact that he's there already, there's a weight off my shoulders because I know I get to witness that guaranteed in the Worlds, and that makes me truly happy.
Well, what a great and both unprecedented run, but precedented end to a tournament. Once again, we call Mohamed Light a champion. Great way for him to kick off into Eid Mubarak, and congratulations for all of you who are happy. Celebrations to all of you who are going to be observing the next couple of days, and I'm sure Mo's going to go with a little extra lightness in his steps for the next few days. It's been a lot of fun this last weekend. We'll be back, of course, in a couple of weeks with some more of 3 Crowns. Description in the chat. We'll have more on that. Of course, don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like this video. Come on back. We do this a lot. We'll be here a bunch throughout 2022. For Andrew Guy, for Joshua Sharon, for myself, for EB7, who you'll be seeing more of in the future. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see y'all next time.